Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday. It is Saturday! And I am on earlier than I usually am. So, there's that. How are you all doing? I have that there. Hi, Cavendish! Fricka! Oh my gosh. See, that's part of the reason I want to start streaming earlier, because my overseas people. What's up? Oh my god, I miss you. Nice treat, Cat? Oh, good. Good. I might actually start doing it at this time. Yeah, I was kind of planning on it. Mainly because I don't know if you were on the stream last time when I mentioned it, but it's so weird because I spend most of the day kind of, I don't want to say dreading, but just being anxious about the stream if it's later in the day that I don't get enough done. So I figure, you know, F it, just do it earlier, and, you know, then it won't be so bad. And then, you know, if I end earlier, then I still got some of the night to work on stuff that I have to work on. I don't know, it seemed like there were way more positives than negatives in that area, so. Oh yeah, if it's a nice day, do not be in here with me. I want to live vicariously through you. Go outside, because it is really nice here too, but, you know, I stay true to what I say. If I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna be here. Unless, of course, something goes, you know, wrong or I'm behind on something, then I'll cancel streams, but, you know. Oh, yay, Fricka! Helene! Oh, I'm so excited. That's another reason. Okay, if I do it for anyone, I'm doing it for Helene. But yeah, Cat, if it's nice out, definitely go out. Oh my god, my eye is twitching. What is going on? Why is it twitching? Ew! Ew! Alright, I'm gonna switch over to this. So, I'm gonna be doing a bunch of things today. Mainly I was gonna go start to finish on a commission I owe someone. One of my lovely patrons has been kind enough to compile a few months worth of Patreon rewards into a commission, which anyone can do at any time. If you'd rather just forego whatever tier you're on for a little bit to combine, you know, what you're giving me every month into a commission, you can do that. I technically think of it like financing or pay layaway or whatever. So she had done that, and so I was gonna do that today. This is an old drawing I found, and I wanted to not restore it, but just finish it, I guess. And it was stuck in a sketchbook. Since we're moving now, I'm going through all my stuff. God, I can't believe we're moving again. Anyway, I was going through all my stuff. I found this wedged between, you know, a sketchbook that I had brought to a convention, and this was during my caster series. So I've got a few animals that are casting that are prints on my Etsy, and I had actually planned out 2 more. So I've got 3 up there, and I had planned on 2 more. The other 2 were this one and actually a crane. And the crane one was going to be a little bit more complex than these, just because, you know, cranes are tall. So I wanted a really tall one, and I wanted it to be a necromancer so that its beak would be open, and out of it he would be like coaxing out all the ghosts of the fish he's eaten to kind of do his bidding. So out of his mouth would be all these ghost fish, and I still really want to do it. We'll see when that happens. Also, side note, since we are moving, I don't know when I'm gonna drop off from doing streams for a bit. It would probably be for maybe 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks at most. I would skip my Saturday streams. But, yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. It's just when we move, all my stuff's not going to be hooked up, so. Eclectic Scribbles! Thank you for the raid! Hi, everybody! Scribbles raid! How was your stream, Scribbles? Fish ghosts. Yeah, fish ghosts! Yeah. I just started Eclectic, yeah. Honestly. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're moving again. We've moved basically, or I have, every year for the past 10 years. So the next place is supposed to be permanent. At least permanent for a while. I'm so sick of moving. I can't even tell you. Like, I've had so much stuff that's just kept in boxes because I have this moving anxiety. So technically, I still have some stuff in boxes right now that I don't have to pack up because I was so scared I'd have to move again, and lo and behold, I do. So there's that. But it shouldn't be too bad. So every Saturday now that I do stream, I want to start streaming now at 2. It's 2 p.m. CST where I am. And so not the next streams, I don't know when it's going to be because it should be after April. Once April starts, I might officially say, hey, streams are on hiatus until we actually move and set things up. This will be one of the things we set up first, though, at the new place, so it shouldn't be too bad. I'm thinking 2 weeks at most without streams, so that's only 2 streams. That's not too bad. Jump up and stretch. I'll be back in a few. Yeah, if you need to eat, oh man, I always have trouble eating during streams because I don't want to eat in front of people, but you know, you gotta nibble and whatever. So I try to have like little food, but usually after a stream I am hangry. So if you gotta eat, Scribbles, go eat. Yushin, it's been a while though. How you doing? Yeah, the new place should be good, but as you can see by my new donation bar here I just added, it's an old house and it's got a lot of scary things that are wrong with it that we need to upgrade. So, yeah. Like next week they're converting the fuse box to a circuit breaker because that fuse box is apparently defective. That's scary. Electrical stuff in houses really scares me if it's not up to code, you know? I've had some bad experiences. We had a garage burn down when I was a kid. It stuck with me. Anyway, so we gotta replace that. The furnace, water heater, and air conditioner all shot. So we need stuff for that. Anyway, so it's typical, I guess, of old houses, which is fine. It's our first house together. I've had a house before, but I'm not counting that because that house was a foreclosure and it was a nightmare. There was no fixing it. It was past the point of anything. You had to be one of those people that actually remodels things for a living, like flipping houses. You have to be one of those people. We were not those. So we literally lived in a foreclosure for like 5 years without upgrading it. It was very strange, very weird. I don't know. I'm writing that off. This is my new first house. So, and this, like I was saying earlier, is an old drawing, but I wanted to actually kind of bring it more up to speed to be with my other casters. So if you're new here, hi, I'm Cloverkin. I will throw in my socials here for all those that came with the raid, and I'll show you kind of what this should look like when I'm near finished with it. So you have kind of an idea. If you're not here the whole time, that's totally cool, especially if it's a nice day out, that sort of thing. I will show you what this will kind of look like, so you don't have to stick around if it's a nice day out, that sort of thing. But usually I stream at 5, but I think I'm changing my time because streaming at 5 somehow burns my entire day. I don't know how, but it just makes me anxious and kind of effed up, so we're going earlier now. And I have more energy, whatever. I woke up, let's see, 3 hours ago. So maybe that's why I've got the energy, but anyway. Yeah, thank you, Yushin. Yeah, it's repair anxiety stress. Luckily, we're not moved in yet, so that's actually kind of a blessing, I guess. So we can fix these things first without getting in there and having all our stuff in there and all that stuff. So that's why the fuse box to circuit breaker thing is actually really nice, because like I said, we haven't moved in yet. The other family is moving out, so like people are able to come in and fix things without our stuff kind of being there. You know that feeling where your stuff's like at risk? We don't have that problem right now, so that's really nice. Oh, fricka. Hi, Emma. How you doing? Oh, you came in earlier with the Scribbles raid. Hi. Do you guys like it being earlier? Like this kind of time frame? I know if it's a nice day out, I'm probably going to lose a lot of people, but being as nature-centric as I am, I totally get it. Not offended. Go do it. I'd rather you be out and, you know, when it's nice out and enjoying things. So a problem with this drawing right now is that it's got that like graphite fur on it. Like it's fuzzy because it's so old, and it was stuck in one of my sketchbooks that it got, you know, kind of banged around, and it's all fuzzy and everything. So I'm actually going to start on another one soon, but I just wanted to show this. I may work on it now. I don't know exactly if I can. Do I have my pens. Okay, maybe I can. I do have my pens. So maybe I can do that. Yeah, and Fricka, I'm glad that you're able to at least enjoy it. That's something nice. Cat! No! Cat. I gotta do something for you for that. Can you message me on Instagram and, like, I want to send you something. Tell you what. Actually, that's kind of smart. If anybody donates, like, let's say 20 bucks or over, I will mail you a random old original that I haven't sold. How's that? Oh, Cat. You cheer up my weekends, Cat. No. I love you. Thank you. That will really help. You don't even know. I swear to God, I'm not spending it on candy or anything weird or frivolous. It is literally going to our house. Long-time lurker. If you could transfer the image to a new sheet of paper so it's easier to work on. I could, but honestly, I'm not so in love with it that I care about ruining it. Honestly. Over the years, I've gotten used to kind of looking at art as super impermanent and just kind of doing things quickly. I'm not one of those people that spends 30 hours on a painting or a drawing or anything. So, typically it's just quick turnarounds. So if I want to redraw this, I'm totally fine with that. If I screw it up, I don't care. Like, I'll just redo it. You know, it's gotten to the point where I'm doing and pumping out so much art just normally that I do care about it, but I also don't care about it. It's a really fine balance. Like, I care about how it ends up, but if it's not perfect, fine. Like, I've gotten rid of that that fear of perfection. You know, I've kind of weeded that out of my system. So transferring this, technically, nah. And it's on a very specific kind of paper where it wouldn't really be easily transferable because it's toned and you can't really see it here. Let me see if I can actually show you closer to what that's kind of more what it looks like. It's a deeper brown toned paper. And usually I'm doing colored stuff on my channel, so I've got my settings set for my watercolor and stuff, but this is for like more pencils and whatnot. So there's gonna be just a light source here that goes out, that sort of thing. But thank you, Amanda. I love that you're a long-time lurker. Thank you for being a lurker. That makes me happy. Candy's a worthy purchase. Well, so is a furnace. And we need a furnace. And we need air conditioner, you know, because we have dogs, and dogs need to be cool in the summer, you know. So all those things, and like I said, the water heater. Apparently the water heater has like this pipe on it that's just corroded like crazy. So when we, you know, I want to kind of get that fixed before we move in because it's scary. Anyway. Oh, Emma, you like it this early? That's good. Oh, Yushin, I'm glad it's better for you too. Hi, Toolikins. Yeah, it's an older drawing. There's a lot of things I have problems with it. Like, I wouldn't do the sleeves the same way anymore. Like, this is probably 2 years old. So, and I'm thinking I usually ink first, and then I'll go into doing the marker tones and stuff. But you know what? Like I said earlier, I think I'm gonna get a little dangerous with this. So this has a pretty high rate of screwing up, but I think we should do it. And, because this is a live show and that's exciting, right? Anyway, so right now I'm lifting up some of the graphite, so when I go over it with the marker, it's not gonna be such a big deal. So what I'm gonna do instead, I'm gonna mix up my process, which is usually not a good idea. Typically, if something works well and you're used to doing it, keep doing it that way. If it works, why fix it, right? Well, in this case, I kind of want two things. I'm really impatient, right? And this is another reason why I can't work on paintings or anything over 30 hours. I just get impatient. I want it done. I have an idea. I want it on the paper. I want it to be over. It's enjoyable, but I want to move on to the next thing, right? I am not a fine artist in that way. It doesn't matter to me, right? So anyway, I want to get to the meat of the lighting, because for me, the most exciting part of a piece in any sense is the lighting. So if I were gonna do this normally off stream, I would ink it first. Then I'd erase all the pencil lines. Then I would do, flats with the markers and blah, 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 blah. But that would take a long time. For me to ink this right now, it's gonna take a long time. So I'm gonna retro ink it. I'm gonna do the markers first, and then I'm gonna ink it later. Either on stream or off stream. I just want you to see the lighting aspect of this. So it's gonna look a little rough, but hopefully seeing the lighting aspect of it'll be worth it, Oh, that's okay, Amanda, don't worry about it. It's not a landlord. We bought a house. It's a long story. It's a very particular situation, because we're poor. So and Gabe has terrible credit, and so we weren't able to actually get a lender. So no, we're moving to a new house, and the new house we bought. And it's a whole thing, like how we were able to buy it and everything. So it's a long story. Long story short, it needs a lot of help. So we're not moving into it yet. That's going to be sometime in April, but we're trying to fix things to move into it so it's not dangerous. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it'll be our first house together. I've had a house before, but it was a foreclosure and it was a nightmare, and I can't even talk about it because it's a sore spot. I don't know if you've ever lived in a foreclosure without making any improvements for like 5 years, but that's where I was at, and it was bad. And that was back in like 2011 to 2015. Maybe it wasn't even 5 years. It was like 3 or 4 years then. It was scary, to say the least. It was scary. I'm hoping so, Kristen. I'm really hoping so, because you know how much we've moved. Kristen, you've been here for knowing how much, but thanks to COVID, for anybody that thinks the whole COVID thing is bullshit, I assure you, it is not. We actually were put out of the job, both of us, because conventions got canceled. They are still canceled, and we had to figure out different means of income, which is fair. A lot of people lost their jobs and whatever, and we figured out a way to at least stay alive. Anyway, so it got to the point where we weren't able to really pay for where we're living right now, so we had to go find a new place. And luckily, the new place is gonna be cheaper in the long run. Like, we can stay there, and it, but anyway. That's what's happening this year so far. 2020 is like, this is just 2020 B-side. This is not 2021 yet to me. It's not. I don't know what the deal is. Also, you know you're a little bit crazy when you have this many grays. These are all grays. I enjoy my grays. There are only 4 different kinds though, but I run out of them so much. And I kind of, when they start going out, I like to put one aside, grab a new one, and then kind of use up the other one again, off and on. And, you know, you have it pointed down so at least all the pigment and all the stuff still goes down. And that way I can kind of use all of it. But anyway. Oh, Helene! Hi, Helene! Welcome! I'll try to stream earlier just for you. Oh, hi. Yeah. Hi, I asked. How are you? Sounds like we bought a haunted house, Yushin. I mean, it could be. I don't know yet. I'll let you know once we're living there, if it's haunted or not. If it is, that's okay. I'll figure out how to live with the haunting about it. And now that my hair is like in the camera, you can see my gray stripe. See that? I call that my stress stripe. Like my stress grays. This goes all the way down my hair, and it's just like a natural gray streak. My stress streak. It's probably about 6 or 7 years strong now that it showed its face. Anyway. Witch lock. Ooh, I like that. Witch lock. Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna try really hard to understand here what I was thinking 2 years ago with this drawing. So pretty sure I know what's up, but just in case I don't, I'm gonna put down some mid-tones real quick. And I am, for those that are wondering why I'm not working on a pet portrait right now, I've got one that's in progress, but it's probably about 75% penciled. And because it's 75% penciled, it's not fully ready to be on stream. And I'm waiting for them to tell me whether they want this dog to be surrounded by real animal heads or plushy animal heads. That's one of the things you figure out when you're doing these sorts of things, so that's fun. How's everybody's week been? Tell me about your week. You know I like knowing, you know, if you had a good week, what your highlights were. Give me the highlight of your week. I always enjoy hearing that. Kat, I would like to send you a random original though. I really would, for donating that much. Thank you. Yeah, I asked. I'm gonna try to do this, I think, more. The 5 o'clock streams, which are usually like 3 hours from now, stress me out somehow. At least if I'm doing this, I can like just start doing it, you know? It's early enough in my day. And you know, I think people are typically up more. So, dang it. Hold on. I gotta text Gabe. Can you bring me my white Posca? Sorry about that. Oh, that's great, Amanda. I'm glad you're here doing art with us. Yeah, any kind of art is welcome. All things are art. A soap opera drama stripe? Really? What does that mean, soap opera drama stripe? I am 35, so it's about time. Ooh, how'd that go, I asked. You sound pretty excited about it. I'm gonna do some things. Let's get the... Sometimes I do some darker ones here. Like some mid-tones first, and then... Oh, shoot. Hold on. I just remembered something else. I'm asking Gabe to do a lot of things. I feel kind of bad. Did you really? Oh, Kristen, that's so good. What did you start sewing? Oh, I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy you got the time to. That means you're finally settled in your new place, right? Oh, Cavendish, that's great. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you for being patient with them. Any of us who are doing commissions are really kind of behind. So thank you for giving them, you know, a little bit of slack. That's great. A backpack? Cool. Is it for one of the girls? Who's it for? You got my card and oh, you are wonderful. Is this my postcard or yours? Awesome. I had Gabe bring me down this month's Clover card too. So on my Patreon every month you get a new Clover card, which is like a trading card with my art on it. Sometimes it'll be new art, sometimes it'll be old art, but it also has a story on the back about the actual piece. So this was a way for me to make sure my art gets circulated a bit more, because sometimes I'll make something, throw it up on Instagram, and maybe even sell it, and then it never sees the light of day again. So I wanted my art to get, you know, out there more. I want it to be a little bit more useful for people and make people happy. So this was a good way to do it. So this is the Clover card tier. It's like $4 US, $5 global. So if you're international, you can get those too. Safi! 200 bits! Oh, 2,000 bits. That's 20 bucks. Oh, are you sure? I know you've been going through some stuff. Are you sure that's okay? Thank you. Oh, it's so cute. Well, it's on the way to you, Helene. You'll get it soon. I did send out majority of the Clover cards. If you're not a devoted Dandikin, yours got sent out this last week. If you are a devoted Dandikin, I'm waiting to send you both February and March with your ATC. Thank you, Safi. That helps so much. You don't even know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Things have been hard this year and last year. I can't decide which year has been harder. I think this one feels less hard because we're used to it now. But anyway, thank you so much. You got your cards? Yeah! Oh, good, Cat. I'm so glad you like being a patron. Really, I am. I'm so glad that you're a patron. They're really fun for me. And the nice thing about the cards is they don't take too much time for me to do either. You know, making a template for things is really important. No matter what you do, make a template if you can. It will save you very, very ample amounts of time, really. Yeah, so they were a nice addition. Because, like I said, we need to hit help with something, so that's what's up now. See, this one's running out, so I'm gonna actually make sure that's upright. Seriously, Kat, I'm so happy you enjoy being a patron. Did anybody have anything extra good to eat this week? I don't know why I like hearing about people and their food, but, you know, food is just so happy sometimes. It's a good thing. I was gonna pencil a new commission here in a minute. Not a pet and armor one, but just a regular one. And it is for a patron, and they're so lovely all the time. They let me do kind of whatever I want. So she had wanted to use her monthly donation or patronage, whatever you want to call it, to save up for a commission. So I'm gonna probably whip that out in a minute. Once I get the lighting kind of figured out on this, I'm gonna probably switch over to penciling that. And it'll probably be she likes lighthouses. So I'm gonna do a lighthouse, like a medieval lighthouse, and it's gonna have, she likes mice too. So I'm gonna whip out my mouse skills. And that should be fun. So stay tuned, that's coming up. Honestly, I just really want to do this bowl, and once I've got the bowl going, then we'll get there. Frying up some Korean pork belly. Shit. Oh, thank you, Safi. Good luck with your stuff too. Really, thank you so much. You were too good to me. I appreciate you so much. And I still have to do your figure. I know. I'm hopefully going to be able to do that once we move again. I'm so over it. I'm so over moving. Sewing and then a Rona. Yeah, the Rona. Ugh, I love polymer clay. I used to make really cute stuff with that, namely food, but it was cute. Kimchi, sprouts, and veggies. Oh my god. What's the backpack of, Kristen? Is it like is there a pattern or what you got going on with that? Alfredo chicken and mushroom pizza. I love white sauce on pizza. Oh my god. I love it. Alright, so the hottest point of this piece is going to be inside the bowl. Now if there's anything that's kind of coming out of the bowl, it's going to be not as bright as the parts that are just the bowl, because technically they're covering up, you know, the parts of the bowl that you know, would be lit. So this is going to be a little bit of a challenge, as like I said, I don't want to ink it, not right now. I'm going to ink it afterwards, because honestly sometimes the ink even gets lost when I'm doing this stuff, so I'm gonna do that later. But I just wanted to get the main lighting in place. And then we'll switch over to the other piece. The other piece is gonna be color. And then sometimes it's fun to put a little light that's peeking out of the sides of things that are in there. Okay. And then, since his nose is kind of far away, I'm not going to make it as bright. So he will have underlighting, but it's not going to be as bright. Kat, did you get February's cards in the mail, or did you get March's? I'd be really surprised if you already got March's, because I think I sent those out on Wednesday? Thank you, Helene. Oh, thank you, Fricka. Oh, man. Y'all so sweet. Thank you so much. Yeah, right? The white is great. It's so much fun to work with, too. I love it. And then, since the magic is kind of coming out of these hooves, I'm gonna make that another hotspot. And the cool thing about that is that it's giving it purpose and reason, you know, to have this tied with that, but it's doing it through technically like the lighting language. So the things that are the brightest in the piece are technically telling you, okay, well, you know, these are bright because they're the things that are giving it power and all that. So that's pretty nice. There's an acorn here. So I'm gonna make that shiny. This looks like an artichoke. I don't know what I was thinking with this. I think it's a pine cone, but it looks more like an artichoke. Highland cows can have artichokes, right? I'm sure they can. Oh, and I'm gonna do my swirly magic too in a minute. That's another reason I just can't wait to ink this. I just want to do the fun parts. Told you I'm impatient. There's gonna be a lot of metal and beads. So I'm going around dotting all those places. And little discs. I think that's gonna be a disc. And he's got some bells. That's good too. Bells and feathers and beads. Adornments, really. Alright. So you can kind of already see where I'm going with this. Cat, yes. Typically just the lighting portion. That's why I'm doing it first. So, typically, if I'm doing just a black and white piece, like my my casters, so thank you, EAFC. So like the other ones in there, this is kind of part of that series. Typically I would pencil it, then I would ink it, then I'd erase the pencils, then I'd go in with the marker, blah 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 blah. But right now, since it's for a stream, I wanted to cut to the fun part so that you could see it. Because if I just inked it right now, it would take probably half an hour to an hour to get all the intricacies. But I feel like you could get the same effect if I do it right now with the lighting. And then I can just go over it later with the inks. So it's not a big deal. Shouldn't be. The only downside to doing it this way is that the white might take on some of the graphite and make it a little bit more gray or muddy, but that's okay. I can figure that out later. It's not a big deal. And if I'm smart, which sometimes I remember, sometimes I don't, I can erase a lot of the graphite that's in there so it doesn't conflict. Which, smart to do, so I'll do it. Could also, I guess, ink as I'm going, but if I just kind of avoid the pencil lines, I should be good. Right? It really does. Yeah. It's a mid-tone, it's a mid-tone brown, really. I love it. So mid-tone paper is really nice, whether you get gray or a color or what have you. It's really nice because it does half the work for you. So you don't actually have to put in any like mid-tone colors. You don't have to do any middle of the road grays because it's already kind of done for you. So really what you're doing is you're sculpting on the piece by telling what parts to come forward and go back by shading it or highlighting it. So that's what's really fun about mid-tone paper, is because you can just sculpt your drawing out, and it's like lighting heavy. So if you're somebody who really enjoys doing lighting and kind of rendering something out but maybe not all the other bits, you might really want to try this. Like just getting even like construction paper. If you don't want to get any of this right now, you don't have to. Get some construction paper, you know, and just try taking, you know, anything that's a white or, you know, blacks, anything like that. And, you know, try them that way. And then if you end up liking it, go get some high quality stuff and then do it that way. This is like my comfort zone though. So like a lot of the time, my normal work, I'm doing colored work, you know. But if I'm doing just kind of a comfort piece, kind of like this, where I know what I'm doing and I'm not afraid of screwing up really, I'll do this. I'll do tone stuff. It's kind of an easy, happy place for me. Oh, Roblox? Yeah? Cute! Are you over at Helene's right now? Cute. Oh my gosh, fricka. Cute. Well, I'm glad you're both here. See, this alone makes me want to stream earlier in the day. I get more of my overseas folks, who I never really get to see or talk to, honestly. Because I'm in Illinois, in the US, so... That's like, what, a 12-hour difference or something for everybody over there? Alright, and then kind of go around the edge because there would be some light spillage. You know, and depending on the depth of the parts around it, it's gonna change. Same with the texture. Very dependent on the texture, actually. Some parts will see more light than others. Usually I would use a stone bowl, but I don't know. I like the idea that this was a wooden bowl. Yeah, you're welcome, Amanda. So that's one of those hacks that I think is smart for anybody who wants to, like, you know, try out different mediums for their art, but they don't want to spend $1 million on any of the, you know, stuff like that. You want to try watercolor? Honestly, just use some Crayola stuff for the time being. See if you even like how it works. Yeah, it sucks, but it's cheap. And you might even have some laying around, you know? And then if you're like, yeah, this is alright, I kind of dig it, then you move up. You get something a little bit more expensive. Maybe get one of those, you know, there's cheap versions of all kinds of paint, right? So try that. If that is better, move up from that. You know, you don't want to go straight to the most expensive watercolors and then find out you don't like it, because that was a lot of money that you just kind of sunk. And there's no guarantee you can, you know, pawn them off on even an artist friend if they don't use those colors in their work, you know? So definitely move up from, you know, a starting place. And yeah, construction paper. There's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, sometimes just for fun, we'll use like crayons and Crayola markers and stuff. Just for fun. Just because sometimes it's good to remember that art is play, right? Playing with art is gonna keep you loose. It's gonna keep you from thinking too deeply about it. Even when it's your job, like it's my job, but I want to make sure it's not ever getting to the point where it's too serious and I can't enjoy it, right? Because then it's one of those jobs that's more grueling than enjoyable. And the whole reason I'm doing art as a job is to enjoy it, right? To get paid for something I enjoy. And yeah, there's obviously some setbacks with that, naturally, but for the most part, you know, a lot of the time I am very happy doing it, especially working for myself. I'm one of those people that over time I learned that I don't really like having a boss. And that probably sounds kind of bad, but it's also very true. Like, a lot of the time when I worked in gaming, I was in games for like a decade, and I didn't like kind of how I was treated there. I was one of like 3 girls that worked at the company. I knew more about games than a lot of the guys there, but it like was threatening to them, so they would never hear me out. And it bothered me because a lot of the time I could back it up with, you know, actually showing them things, or, you know, empirical evidence, mind you, and it didn't even work. It didn't even matter. So now that I kind of work for myself, it's pretty nice, you know. A Forest Girl clothing. I want browser selection. Throw together Hedge Witch. Oh, Hedge Witch, cute. Go for it. I absolutely encourage this. Tycoon and sometimes towers. Like Roller Coaster Tycoon? Sketch! Hi, Sketch! How you doing? Raid, how was your stream? I have been doing a lot of art with collage lately. Oh, yeah. Collaging stuff is a great way to get out of your head. That's great, Kat. Have you been posting it? Feel free to post. Anybody in here, feel free to post your art, post, you know, anything that you're doing, because honestly, I just feel like it's, you share it, you know, you share what you're doing and stuff. Oh, good, Sketch. Did it feel good to do some art? Did you get to relax and have some fun with people? Thank you, Amanda. It took a while. Yeah, it really did. Because, I mean, for almost all my life, you know, I had worked to get into the gaming industry, and once I was there, I was kind of let down, I'll be honest. But that was a while ago. Things maybe have changed. Doubtful, but maybe. So there's that. I mean, like I said, things might have changed. I don't like to assume I know or anything like that, especially since I haven't been in there for a while, so who knows? Well, the people in the industry, I guess, know, but still. Okay, so then, now that I've kind of got this is the lightest part of the piece. So if I go around and I pick out parts that, well, this would probably be pretty dark back here. This would probably be covered up. This definitely would be covered up. And I just kind of go around the piece picking out the things that are, you know, the light wouldn't reach. Then that kind of fills in the darkest parts of the piece itself. So then all I have to do is kind of dial where everything is in accordance to everything else. And it basically colors itself. So like up here, the top of these wouldn't get much of any light at all. The back side of them, not so much, right? So you can already fill that in. And then, like I said, it's just sculpting, really. You're sculpting out the art. And if you think about it like that, sometimes it can help you figure out lighting, you know? Well, where is this in accordance to other things? There we go. There's some bells up there. So, I mean, just that alone is already starting to do it for me, right? Oh, cute, Sketch. That's good, Kat. That's really good. Oh, Ias, thank you for the bits. I just saw those. I love the little flags, too. Good job. Thank you. Yeah, but Sketch, you're in, what was it, Scotland? Scotland's a totally different area than America. I would assume you guys are even maybe a little ahead of us when it comes to gender stuff. England. Oh, but she's in America? Who does she work for? God, yeah, because, oh man. It depends on your company, too. I found out a lot of the smaller companies, like what I was working for, have a harder time with the whole gender thing still. It's stupid. It's true, Amanda. Also true, Yusin. Yushin. I gotta change that. My stream schedule is now gonna be at 2 p.m. Not 5. Thank you, Helene. Oh, Obsidian? I've heard they're decent. It's just like Riot had their problems, and all the bigger studios seem to have like a brush with it, and then they somehow fixed it. But the smaller studios, no one knows about it, so they don't have to fix it, you know? Oh, that makes sense to Wilkins. She used to work for Blizzard? Okay, she's probably seen it then. Well, Kat, if you ever need somebody for animation, I went to school for animation. There's just no way to make animation for yourself and sell it easily online. Like, if NFTs weren't so terrible, we could do that, and I could make animations and sell them, but NFTs are bad. For those that don't know NFTs. NFTs are bad. Just know that. I can go into it if you want me to, but long story short, they're bad. But yeah, I went to school for animation, and it ended up where, you know, it helps in the game job industry too, you know, because then I was doing, like, I wore so many hats. So I was doing animation, I was doing characters, I was doing backgrounds, I was doing UI. I ended up doing everything, which I think was part of the problem. They were a small company, so they didn't want to outsource or even get contract people in there, which is kind of tough. So now I really don't mind contract stuff at all. Like, I like it because then I can just work from home. If there's an art director, it's just interfacing a little bit. It's not too bad. But yeah, I don't really miss the office atmosphere anymore. Is she? Aww. Well, I love Helene. She's been wonderful. Doing some Shironuri fashion? What is that? I asked. Do you want to explain the Shironuri thing? That sounds cool. Well, thank you for telling people about me, Helene. Oh, is it like theater makeup? I asked. God, your patterns on that trim are amazing. I've got to use that in something. I love the neckline, how it comes in and it dips into that V. That's striking. Very nice. You picked some good flowers for that crown, too. I love it. It's beautiful. Yeah, the gender thing, I don't know. Like I said, it depends on where you work. Some places are better than others. It's all over the place. I think places overall, though, are getting better. I like to believe they are, anyway. Especially since Twitter, like, ends up hunting people down. It's a whole thing now. Fricka, I saw you were doing something with charity stream. Do you want to talk about that in here to get people? I didn't see what it was for. I read half of it and then my story flipped over. What was it for again? That's true, Kat. That's a really good point. Let me go see. Oops. I moved around all my stuff, so I don't know where anything is right now. Hold on. Aw, that's cute. Sketch. When did you have the red hair? I like that. That's cute. It's like an orangey red. Raise money for MS? That's wonderful. Do you want to give some links for it, or you know, any way people can find out about when and where and all that? Are my ears fake or are they real? Well, if you pull on your ears just a little bit, not so much that they hurt, for a few years, you can get them about this long. For a while, they're going to be about to here, but you got to tug on them a little bit every night before bed. But make sure it's even. If you're not doing it even, you're going to have wonky ears, so you got to tug them a little bit. Almost like clay, just a smidge. I think it's pretty, Sketch. Pretty red. I've only had a few different hair colors. I stopped my crazy hair phase probably late in my 20s. The last one I had was the two-tone, where I had really white hair on the top and then black underneath. That was really tough to keep going. I had to take cold showers so that the black wouldn't bleed into the white. That sucked. Like, just getting it done was a lot of time, and it was expensive. At the time, I had the money because I had a stable job, but now I wouldn't even think about it. No, not worth it now. Besides, I've learned to really love my natural hair color. It's a weird color, and in the sunlight, it's got like, I don't want to sound full of myself or anything, but it really has like glitter in the strands. Like there's like golden glitter in here when it's in the sunlight. It looks cool. I don't know how it's natural, but I like it. It looks nice. But yeah, it took me a while to actually like my original hair color. If I do anything to it, I might just kind of warm it up, put in some more yellow to it, like a toner or something, but just because it's got that drab kind of, I don't know, winter look to it. So I feel like in the winter, blonde hair especially gets really kind of faded, desaturated, you know. This will really help here once I get this in. The key with markers is to have this flick. And it has to be a brush marker. It can't be the chisel tip marker. But then you get that flick and it makes a nice little gradient. Oh yeah? Keep drawing. Draw lots and lots and lots and lots. I swear, with every drawing, with every painting, with everything you do, you'll get better, alright? Remember to draw things you see, too, around you. Anything you see around you is going to help you to draw things from your brain later, because the things that you draw around you are going to help your brain understand things that you want to see. It's almost like magic. So when you know how things around you are, you'll be able to take the things that are in your head, put them on the paper so that they look like the things around you. So I guess that's a really easy way to put that. Oh, so if anybody is interested in giving to this MS research and everything, look at this Fricka post. I wonder if I can. I don't think I can highlight it. Can I? I wish I could pin a post. I don't think I can though. Dang it. Well, yeah. So if anybody wants to help with that, check out Fricka's link. Have you, Helene? Ah. Yeah, feel free to send them to me. I'd love to see them. I want to see them. I want to see them. What's your natural sketch? Yeah, Yushin, you too. I'm so glad you came by. Thank you so much. Oh, dark brown, but I bet that's pretty. Oh, are they? Oh, fricka. Cute. Oh my gosh. I love it. I'm excited. Well, I will be very eager to get this box. Alright, should I switch over to the other commission now and start penciling? Or do you want me to do a little bit more on this one? Because this one I'm coloring, on the other one I'll be actually drawing it from nothing. So, depending on what you want to see, let me know. My pencil sharpener's eating my pastel. Little one on this one? Alright. And Fricka, you have a package coming. I don't know if you've got it yet. Did you get a package recently? Yeah. Does it tell you? Like, does it alert you, hey, you've got a package coming? Oh, cool. I mean, ours does that too if we ask for it. It's like informed delivery. Let's see. Now, there'd be light going around this. There'd be light going up here. Because technically the hooves are in the way. Sometimes it helps to think about light like it's a liquid or, you know, a solid, things like that. Because that's going to help you understand how it's moving, you know? And that it's going around things. So all of this area would be in the light. So you wouldn't really see it. See what's back there too much. You see how that's actually working there? Same here. The light would be kind of spilling out from here too, but not as much as here. Here it's really, really striking. Yeah, there you go. See how that works? And then I come up here and do some of the hair. And hair has its own shape too. You don't want to just do strands of hair because that's gonna, you know, that's gonna look stringy and what have you. So hair has its own chunks to it. Like if you're gonna draw my hair, there'd be a chunk here, there'd be a chunk here, and a chunk here. You wouldn't want to just draw lines that are just the hair. I mean, you know, you could, but like if you've got hair that's like sectioned, let's say, you know, this would be a chunk, this would be a chunk, but then here at the bottom, see how these cross? You would draw this chunk kind of going there, and then a line that fades into here, and then another line here that kind of outlines it, you know, to keep it separate from its background, right? But you don't want to ever draw just harsh lines that are like hair, at least if you're trying to do something kind of realistic. And sometimes you can show how something is coming around something else. So like this tail back here, if I want it to be fully in the background, I would just, you know, have it fully in the background. I wouldn't put any lighting on it or anything like that. But if I want it to kind of be peeking around the body and, you know, show it doing that, then that's why you have it have some highlight on it. Because that's going to help round it out and show that it's coming forward in the piece. Because anything that's going to be around this is going to have that lighting to it. So this is going to have some dark at the bottom of this. So I'm going around that edge, fading it up into it. Right? And then there are going to be parts of this that come back down because this itself is carved. So since it's carved, there are parts of it that go into itself that wouldn't have any light. See? And those parts would also be dark. Yeah. And then I'm going to change to a lighter one so it's not as stark. And then this kind of blends it all together. And this would kind of have a shadow. Not too badly though. And then while it's wet, if you put more on it, it's going to blend it a little bit better. See? And then there'd just be more lighting around this area. Yeah. So things are going to be a little bit more lit up here than anywhere else. Because it's facing this little bowl. Okay. Ooh, what kind of food? Yeah, cat. It's fun because light can take the place of lines. Like, you don't even need lines sometimes if you can just kind of carve out the figure and the scene with light. Honestly, light is so just underthought of. Like, it can do almost the whole thing for you. I mean, if you think that's just what sculpture is, you know? Sculpture is trying to direct the light over a certain figure, a certain block of something, right? You're just telling the light where to go and where not to, and in doing that, you know, it creates the effect you want. Yeah, I think light is extremely important, honestly. I almost think it's more important than learning anatomy, I'll be honest. That's my personal thought, but I feel like light is so, like, transcendental or whatever. Like, you can, it goes past just figures, and it goes into backgrounds and things. And I feel like if you're very confident with light, you can really carry it throughout anything. Objects, people, places, all sorts of things. Anatomy's cool, but you can only really use it in certain, you know, aspects. I mean, if you're drawing a tree, knowing how to draw a forearm really well doesn't really help you. But lighting can help you kind of start whatever. If I had more time to make videos and to stream and stuff, I would do more regarding how to teach people light, you know? I think that'd be well worth my time. You just gotta make sure, because sometimes leaving things out is almost just as important too. So, like if I wanted to pull back on some of this, I can erase some of that white and you know, make sure that there's some shadows coming off it still, because there will be things that have shadow even when they're in light. This. Oh, cute. Those all sound really good, Aline. Mr. Creep, how have you been? Elf on the elf. What? We're doing okay. We're not bad. Thank you for the host. I just noticed you hosted. Thank you. How about yourself? How's the current state of everything treating you? Is that right? I'm gonna switch over in a second and start penciling something new, but I just wanted to do some lighting effects on this one, just to show how to go about that. The only problem with doing a lot of lighting is you gotta make sure you don't get carried away. One of the things that I always did when I started this was just putting shine on everything. Bad idea. You only want it on a certain few things. Otherwise, if you overdo it, it's really gonna make it so, like, if everything's shiny, nothing's shiny. That whole thing. But I still have to actually go over this with some ink. That'll come later, but... Or I might just go back in with a pencil. Honestly, at this point, I don't even think I need ink. I'll just use a really kind of dark pencil. Sometimes ink is just way too stark, especially if you're doing something like this that has a lot of soft bits to it. I'm gonna actually put in more swirls. Now let's put in some of the extra magic. For sure, for sure. Trying sculpting. Hey, good for you. Sculpting is really fun. High status. Ace Architect. Adorable thing. Yeah, link me. I'll look at it. It has hooves for hands? Well, it's a cow. You know, but it's got glyphs on it so that it can do magic. It's a mage cow. Anime figures. Oh, Helene. There you go. It probably had help. Man, if you're trying to dissect how fantasy works, you're in the wrong place. I mean, it is fantasy, homie. If you're worried about how it did that, that is something on a whole different level. Then that's all for you to talk about with yourself. How did it do that? What are the things you could think of? I would think it had help from a smaller more agile being that was also strong, so it could lift up carving tools. And maybe it was their rite of passage in their mage studies. Maybe they got to a point where, you know, they graduate and they get glyphs that are very particular to who they are and what they are, what kind of magic they do. And, you know, maybe those glyphs are telling of their mage status. You know, maybe the more glyphs they get or the more intricate the spell on them, maybe that's going to tell people more about what they do. Gotta think about stuff like that. They can do anything. A flipper drawing with a lightning board. Cute! We'll keep it up. This is now jacked. Hold on. Sometimes these paint pens just don't want to cooperate. No, I am constantly making up lore for a lot of the things I draw. That's basically all I do on my Patreon. So I have different levels on my Patreon where I create creatures and instances and things, and I explain why they are the way they are. And I've got one tier that's just about creating a creature and giving it this whole backstory of lore, what they do, how they go about their, you know, their lives. And I do that every month, so it's pretty fun. And for anybody curious, that's my Curious Collector tier on Patreon. There's a digital version that's $5, and there's a physical version where you get like stickers and things that have to do with the creature. And that's all on there too. A pro dungeon master. I'd like to think I am, but admittedly I've never played a full game of D&D. Wah, wah, wah. I've just been making up stories and things since I was very, very small. So I have a lot of lore to give. Yep. Everything I know or have done, Cavendish, is just based off all the games I've played. I know RPG stuff. I used to play Baldur's Gate. I don't think that counts as D&D though. I read a lot of R.A. Salvatore, which is in like a D&D campaign type universe. Morrowind, all that stuff, Icewind Dale, all that, but I've never sat down and played a legit D&D game. Wah, wah, wah. I don't usually like to talk about that because I get a lot of people doing that. What? Well, that's good, Lens. I think I'd be a fun DM, though. If I ever did DM, I think I'd be a good one. I mean, I'm already doing the role here, aren't I? I mean, let's be honest. You come upon an elf on a Twitch stream drawing out a Highland cow mage. What do you do? I know a lot about it, all that stuff. I just never have actually sat down and played it. The problem is I haven't had time to. I've had people ask me, and I'd love to, but man, that takes a lot of damn time. I would love to once my schedule like actually clears up and I don't owe 40 commissions. I would gladly play with people. Alright, here comes the fun stuff. Ready? We're gonna do the magic bits now, which is basically my favorite part of the lighting phase. If the lighting phase is my favorite part, this is my favorite part of my favorite part. If that makes any sense. So this part adds a lot, I think. I found I stipple a lot in my work. And stippling is like, you know, doing dots. It's like pointillism. So you're doing a lot of dot work. So knowing how things flow, hinting at action and motion with just a couple dots can do a lot. So, problem though is my freaking paint pen is dying. So I think this is the part when I get a lot of people online being like, oh my god, that reminds me of Secret of NIMH. Which you shouldn't usually say that to people if they're doing, like, you know, original work. Try not to say how their stuff reminds you of something else, because it's kind of insulting. I know you have the best intentions when you say that kind of thing, but it's really hard for us to separate that and still know that what we're doing is original or is seen as original. So when people say, oh, this reminds me of Secret of NIMH, or Dark Crystal, I get Dark Crystal a lot too. I am a big Brian Froud fan, admittedly, but like I said, it's nice to, you know, have your own style too. And with that comes, you know, actually trying to grow and make your own look with things. So I think this is the part of my style that looks like Dark Crystal. Try to do that out away from the microphone. Do I play Among Us? No, I haven't yet. Drippy Magic, you got it. Cavendish, you know what's up. You know how I roll. Oh, Megan, hi! What's going on? Lighting. I'm just doing this piece lighting. Instead of doing any line work on it, I'm just kind of carving it out using light. And then I'm going to switch over and start a brand new piece, start to finish, hopefully. We'll see. Okay, Sarah. Well, thank you, Ace. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm scared of this thing right now because it's being a jerk, and it's like spilled on my paintings before, so I'm really scared that it's gonna just bloop everywhere. So I'm trying to clean it off before it has a chance to bloop. No blooping. It's a bloop-free zone. I'm actually dabbing it off camera here on this thing. There, that should be better. So yeah, the Drippy Magic. Where was I? But if it does bloop, I will try to use it in the design itself. It is not working out. Switch up. Let's try a different one. That one's being a jerk. Well, I'm glad that you liked that one, Megan. I still want to do more of those ones that have glow in the dark on them. But, God, all of my things are not working today. Now this part you don't want to overdo, just because it could just kind of backfire. I really wish that worked. Jerk. And this will work for now, I guess. So anytime you're doing something like this, you want to have more of whatever effect it is near the source, right? The source is going to help show that it's emitting from it. And this is the part that reminds me of my animation stuff. Just because I'm thinking of After Effects and particle emitters and everything. And because of that, I'm able to kind of envision how that would be acting. So knowing how particle emissions work really does kind of assist with this sort of thing, but it's not necessary. but it helps. Megan, how's your Saturday? This is just a happy Highland cow. Hey, Fricka. A virtual baby shower. How'd that go? Hey, Megan, can you believe we're moving again? God. I think it's so funny. All my regulars who have been here the past 4 years are probably like, are you kidding me right now? It's so dumb. We've moved so much. Okay, so seriously, what I'm gonna end up doing with this later on, once I have actual good pencils, is I'm gonna go back over it like this and make sure that there are some things that are rendered out a bit better. You can tell. So like this acorn here. So stuff like that, so you can actually see what these things are. And then detail this way. But I don't want to do it with this pencil because this pencil is super soft lead and it's just gonna blend and blend. So instead, I'm gonna just do this and kind of just show you how that's gonna work. Because the actual line art I want to be with a pencil that's not gonna bleed too much. So that's how we got into this in the first place. But this is where I can actually go back in and fix some of the areas that just kind of got lost, you know? I know, right, Megan? Well, I hope whoever's shower it was still fun. I know that kind of thing can't be very exciting when you're just kind of alone, but I assume people are getting used to that sort of thing and they're able to still, I guess, have fun. I hope so, anyway. I feel really bad for the people that like to go out and party and things and they haven't been able to do that. Like, I equate that to me and not being able to hermit. Like, if I wasn't able to hermit for a while, I would be very sad. So I assume extroverts and things are, you know, they need their time to do their thing. So like I said, I would go around and darken in the places that would have it to kind of make the lighter bits pop, you know? It's all about sculpting, man. So like if this were an actual sculpture, right now I'd be pressing these things in to go back more, right? It's just two-dimensional sculpting. That's all drawing is. It's crazy that the lighting right now is kind of weird. Like on the piece. Like my shadow is crazy. So you can see the difference with some line art versus not as much. Anyway, this is how I would have done the lighting on this one. So for those that came in a little late, I refound this picture in one of my sketchbooks as I was packing stuff to move again. And I decided it needed some lighting. So there's that. This might end up being one of my Clover cards in the future. So for those that don't know what Clover cards are, if you are a devoted Dandikin already, you are getting Clover cards. So don't sign up for Clover cards. You're already getting them. But for anybody else that doesn't have anything on my Patreon, the Clover card tier is pretty good because you get all the digital stuff on the $3 tier, but for an extra $1, you also get a card in the mail, which is super nice. So if anybody doesn't know what a Clover card is, this month, this is this month's Clover card. It's a little blown out right now. Let me see if I can show you. I gotta change this anyway for the next piece I'm doing, but the contrast, you can kind of see that's a little bit more correct. So they're ladybugs in a little leaf boat, and this is like a leaf boat rental place, and then there's a story on the back. So all the people that sign up for this, it's $4 US and $5 international, and you will get these, and they'll be in a little protective case in the mail every month. So they're nice that way, and you get access to all the digital content. Oh, first gift sub! Yay! Oh, and it went to Fricka. Fricka's always so deserving of anything. Hey, King! Thank you! Oh, no! Cat, really? Send me a picture of it. I want to see what they did to it. Washi tape got caught and tore the top of it. It shouldn't even been touching the card. Yeah, send me what that looks like. I will resend any cards that get effed up. Like, guaranteed. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. That's a nice thing about that tier is if, you know, one gets damaged, I can just send another one. Not a problem at all. Alright, so I'm gonna switch up what I'm doing. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. And I'm gonna get probably some cashews or some kind of protein nut thing. Oh god, yeah, Kat, please send me a picture. I want to know how it looks so I can change how I'm taping them, if that's the problem. So please send me a picture of that on Instagram. For everybody else, I'll be back in like less than 5 minutes and we'll start a whole new piece, okay? Okay, hang on. I will be back. Da-da-da. Oh, cat. No. Resending that, not a big deal. It only costs as much as the stamp. It's really not a big deal. I would much rather have you have like an actual one that's in good condition than one that's not. You know, especially if it's, you know, not your fault. So yeah. For anybody that does sign up for Patreon during the stream, I'll let's see. I'll give you a happy little doodle that I'll just do on the stream dedicated to you. Just a quick one, nothing crazy. Nothing physical that you get, just a fun little yay. Alright. Oh, bye, Helene! She's a cutie. Alright. New one. Can you hear the... Is there music? Kinda. Let me know if the music's too loud. So, what's everybody doing either the rest of the weekend or next week? I would like to know. There's music? Okay. Cavendish, let me know if it's too loud. Alright. So, this piece is going to be for one of my patrons that is an ATC patron, an artist trading card one. So every month, they get a new trading card. So it's like the prints, but they're actual originals. So they're not a print of it, it's an original. And she had let me kind of, due to how hectic my schedule is, she's let me kind of combine them into a bigger piece. So anybody can do that at any time on my Patreon. If you want to combine things into one, or if you just want to pay for a commission over time, absolutely. That's the Vigilant Voucher tier, if you're interested in that. Sorry, I'm nomming. I'm going to change my buffering so there's no scan line. Hopefully that helps. Alright. Oh, Lord of the Rings feast. What's the occasion? Alright, so she likes lighthouses. So, she also likes mice, and she wanted me to draw a mouse. So I need to look at a lighthouse, A. B, I need to kind of know about the surrounding area. So I want there to be a lighthouse, but I kind of want it to be up on a hill. And lighthouses always seem like they're up on a hill that has a giant ledge to kind of support it from if there's waves and junk. So if there's a little mouse here, she wants a mouse. And he's in a little boat. Maybe this is his lighthouse. That he's going to work at. They also have a lot of rocks and things. So I'm doing a thumbnail right now so I know how to execute it on a bigger scale. This is smart when you do anything, honestly. Really? It takes place in March? I didn't know that. That must be in the book. I didn't know that. That's crazy. This is also going to be a leaf boat because that's where I'm at right now. That's where my head's at. And there's like this grass that grows around some lighthouses. It's like fountain grass. Ugh, I love fountain grass. I wish I could just cover an entire yard in fountain grass. Okay. So it'd be cute if he's looking up. This. He's got a little lantern of his own. I thought that might be cute. I don't know if I want it to be there, there. I do like it there. Then lighthouses also usually have this little, I don't know what you call it, it's like a part of them that kind of shoots off. Like it's probably where you live, the living area of the lighthouse. Because everybody who works at a lighthouse basically lives there, from what I've learned. Now, unlike my story I did about a lighthouse mouse, this one's gonna be more of a legit lighthouse. My story was about a mouse that lived in the middle of an ocean with a lighthouse that had a candle. If you want to see that, that's on my Instagram. You can just read it for free. It's wordless. That helps. There we go. So that's gonna be pretty cute. Oh, thank you, Cavendish. I'm literally stealing the leaf boat from myself. Leaf boats. Literally right in front of me, stealing my own stuff. Is it stealing, or is it just reuse in a smart way? Reuse in a smart way. We'll say that. Oh, yeah, Cat, whatever you want to do. As long as you and I both keep track of it, for sure. And honestly, Patreon is my only source of, like, dependable income right now. I have no other dependable income other than that. Like, I base bills and everything off that every month. Where's my pencil sharpener? Hello? Are you serious? Oh. Dum-dum. It's funny because, like, the cashews are almost in the same thing, so I did almost put my fingers in here. No! Nothing anyone ever does is worthless. You are someone. You are important. You are important to someone, and you should be important to yourself. Nothing is worthless. How? Now, for the beginning of this, it's gonna kind of suck because it's gonna be light. You're not gonna really be able to see much. Because the next step after making a thumbnail is to do a light version of it, right? If you're somebody who draws things really heavily, just keep in mind that you should maybe be drawing them at like a third of the weight you've been using for 80% of the piece, right? The last 20% you want to do and go over your lines really heavy-handedly, okay? That's when you actually like make the lines darker. You never want to draw your lines dark right off the bat. Really bad idea. Because most likely you're going to change things at least once, right? So, okay. So looking at this thumbnail, I did not account for the edge that well. But what I usually do is I'll look at where the middle of the piece is, right, and what's on this side of it, and then what's on the other side of it. And in doing that, I can kind of bisect the whole piece and then bisect again in quads and figure out where things are going to be placed. That's a good way to kind of go about drawing anything, honestly. If you're looking at something to draw and you've got a main focal point, don't put it straight in the center of the piece. Have it be like in what's called law thirds. So it's in 1/3 of the piece, right? It's not centered, it's kind of off-centered in one of these quadrants. And then around that, then you can figure out how to kind of space things. And when you're actually drawing things in real life, the best thing you can do to actually figure out scale is to draw that first thing and to use it as the standard, the kind of model thing. So if you're drawing, let's say, an orange, right? Maybe you're drawing a still life of some fruit. You've got an orange, some bananas, a watermelon, right? Draw the orange, if that's your focal point, and then figure out how many oranges tall the watermelon is, and how many oranges wide the watermelon is. And that's going to help you to make sure that everything is to scale with the orange if you're drawing the orange as the focal point, right? So that nothing's too big or too small. Everything is about what it should be. Thank you for the follow, Human Paws. Oh, yeah, Cavendish. Yeah, that's technically like the equivalent to drawing a sketch and then inking it. So a lot of the time when I'm working in clip, I'll do like, I'll take a gray and I'll do it at 100% and I'll kind of loosely do it, right? And then, here, I've got an example somewhere here. And then I'll refine it the more I draw it. If I do a more refined pencil over that and it's still not to my liking, I'll make that new pencil layer more transparent and then draw again over it the parts that I want to get, you know, really, really refined. So on this thing, God damn it. So you can see how rough this first one is. And yeah, Clip Studio had just had a sale for anybody that wants to do a coloring book ever or wants some smooth as silk line art. You should really get Clip Studio. It's only 25 bucks. It's a flat payment, it's not monthly. You don't need EX. You just need the cheapest one there, and that will last you a good long time. You will be happy you got it. It's probably my most used program, even more so than Photoshop lately, so highly recommend it. So I want this here. Yeah, can you even see that? You can't even see that. Ooh. This is the tough part about starting and finishing a piece on stream, because you're not going to see too much right away. So yeah, always draw light first. And then later on, once you know where everything is, then you go over it again and you do it darker. And racing is easier that way too. It's kind of the reason you do it. I'm gonna have chubbier arms than this. Not chubby enough. There we go. Enhance. Enhance chubbiness. Enhance. Okay, so... Oh no! Spraying it with, like, is there liquid catnip? Is that a thing? That'd be awesome. I think I might rearrange on this. I might put this on this side. But then again, it's not usually on that side. Never mind. Never mind. I didn't know there was sprayable catnip. That's awesome. If I was still able to have cats, oh man, I would totally do that. I'm allergic to cats now. I grew up with like 7 cats, and just 1 year, my allergies flipped, and I was all of a sudden allergic to cats. Apparently, your allergies can change every 7 years. I did not know that, and then I was told that by like a doctor, but even though I was told by a doctor, still look that up online. Just in case. Don't take my word for it. We're gonna do a little chonky lighthouse. So chonky. I don't know how I want to draw the head. Do I want him looking all the way up at the lighthouse? I feel like yes, but also, I don't know. I don't want it to be too high. Looking up too high. Yeah, maybe. It's like my least favorite angle to draw mouse ears too. It just feels like that's too dramatic. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. Okay, looking at the thingy, okay. Let's do it on the side of the house. Yeah, if anybody has any questions about how to go about anything artistic, let me know. I will try my best to answer you given the experience I have. I'm gonna go a little cliche, and I'll probably have a little acorn lantern, because this is just who I am. Sometimes I try to be a little bit more clever than that, but it might be a candle though. Candle in the lantern. Okay, so now I've technically just transferred the thumbnail to a bigger size. So went from, what is this, like 2x1, 2x3, up to this size. So that's why you want to keep thumbnails really loose, so you can do this sort of thing. You want to get the main things plotted out so that you can easily translate it over. If you made your thumbnail too intricate, that's going to be way too hard to take all those things over, and that's kind of a waste of time too. Like, it doesn't need detail, it just needs blocking. Like in animation, when you do blocking, it's basically showing the main things and where they go in the scene. This is the same thing, except without actually having to move it, animate it, you know. Hi, Lens! What's up? Alright, so I'm probably still gonna use a candle in this lighthouse because I don't like electricity. I don't like anything that's after a certain point with my fantasy in like a medieval mindset. What have I been up to? Drawing still, you know. We just draw on the stream. That's what we do. So I think now I'm gonna start drawing a little bit heavier. Nothing too crazy. Not going deep with the line art yet. Technically, I still don't even darken up my lines too much until after I've colored it. I go back over it for a final time and I darken all the lines that I want to. So I'm not even going to be doing the final darkened light pass before I do the coloring. And I've done that one, Cavendish. I actually had I doubt I'd find it, but I did a mouse carrying a Chinese lantern fruit, and in the lantern was a firefly. But I did that 3 or 4 years ago. Oh, that's really cute, Cavendish. I like that idea. Playing cards, even. Yeah, this thing was old. Actually, Megan, your mom has that, doesn't she? I thought your mom had that one. I'm just curious if I can find it even. If I know where it is in my time. I know it was at a con I did it. So whenever I see my convention posts, I can kind of be like, oh yeah, was it around then? I'm pretty sure I posted it. Might have been even before I started doing pet portraits. Look at me wasting time on screen. Ah, that's so weird. I swear it was back in this time. Oh well. If I ever find it, I'll show you guys. It's so addicting though, trying to find a thing that I've done before. Ugh. Alright, no more. Am I doing a sketch? I am doing a sketch, yes! There you go, Cavendish. The one of the mouse carrying the lantern fruit with the fireflies. Pretty sure that one your mom has. It's weird, I tend to remember. Yeah! I tend to remember who buys what. Very strange. Yeah, she has it. Cute. Well, at least we got to hang out once before I move, Megan. Because I'm moving 2 hours away, closer to the Iowa border. So at least we got that one time. We'll always have Batavia. Alright, so I'm gonna put just another candle in here because this is how I roll with my lighthouse mice. It's a thing now. I'm making it a thing. It's funny that story, my lighthouse mouse story, turned out as happy as it did. I feel like the last time I did a mouse love story, actually the last 3 times I did, they ended up not so happy. One was even kind of brutal. Ooh. Can I speak Danish? Unfortunately, I cannot. I can barely speak Spanish. If you can speak Danish and English, you're already better than me. I can't do that. It'd be cool if I could. That would be awesome. How do I want to do this part? Goes up there. Maybe there's a thing up in there. That thing has beams that go up there. Those beams maybe have a thing that... Oh, or I could just bubble it. Maybe I'll just bubble it. That's cute. Let's bubble it. So I'm gonna just take... I was gonna put some wood up here to do it, but instead let's act like they took a bunch of hay and they started it up here, right? So I guess we could put a little fabric bit up here, right? And then so it starts up there, it's all tied on the inside, it comes out, and then they tie twine or ribbon around it to tighten it right here, and then they let it fall over the sides. So let's assume they did that. And then to show that it's kind of stringy, sometimes hay is a lot like hair. So when you do hay, you treat it the same as hair. So you don't want to draw every hay strand, God no. You just want to allude to how it's shaped, right? Never draw every single strand or every single piece. That's just going to make it look muddy, and there's no reason for it. You're going to waste all your time. Oh, that's great. Good job, Lens. When the roof catches fire. Yeah, I'm gonna hope they have some sort of, you know, things in here that prevent the hay from catching fire. Let's hope. Cavendish, damn it, this is fantasy. Come on. Don't go all science on me, bro. I always think that's funny, though, at either conventions or even on the internet, when people are like, that can't happen. It's like, okay, this is fantasy, dude. Like, you know? I mean, maybe you could I get people that would, you know, yell at me for something. It's like, this is fantasy. Do you even understand? And Cavendish, I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about people at cons and things. They would just be like, that's not real. It's like, well, no, it's fantasy. Like, do you watch Star Trek and think that's real? Like, that's sci-fi. Come on. And granted, some sci-fi stuff has turned into being real life, which is cool. But as far as fantasy goes, like, I don't understand the people that think that's supposed to be real or, like, justified or something. Like, I can't wrap my head around that one. Alright, so same thing with the bottom here. I'm going around and I'm just kind of texturing it out. I don't want to draw every little thing, but I do want it to be visually interesting, so I'm gonna puff out certain parts, I'm gonna retract other parts, and then in doing that, that's gonna add some visual interest while still giving it texture, which for this in particular, that's what's important, to have that texture. And so if I was smart, I'd be rounding out the rest of the piece right now. But this is really fun, and I am enjoying this part, so I'm just doing this part. Sometimes there's no rules to like what part you go to next and whatever. There are things that would be better done before other things, but this is part of just artistic merit and doing the parts you want to do because you want to do them then. There are rules and there aren't rules. That's why art can be so great and so terrible. And since this is a thicker thing, I'm going to make sure it absolutely looks like it's thicker around the edges. So there's one in the back. These are wood planks. I usually like to add like hay and rope and wood. I like a lot of different textures for my stuff. I also like things to be cute. So the top of this is just going to have a little bit of hay poking out. Hay going, hey, hey. There we go. I guess another good part about me streaming earlier is I can go later easier because it's not too late, you know. Now it's probably, wind's gonna go that way. Maybe, I don't know, I would kind of like it if the wind was actually going that way. Which I suppose sometimes that's okay. Because I would love to have some streamers coming off this. Some ribbon. Do I do it? I would like to. Maybe I will. See, and draw it really light first. Remember the 80-20. 80-20 rule. It's good for so many things. See, and already it's like, no, I didn't want to do that one. So I don't want them to be exactly the same. Sometimes I have a really bad habit of drawing something, and then the next thing I draw is almost exactly the same, and I don't mean to do that. It just happens. It's treated hay. There you go. There you go! Cavendish, yes! Maybe it's got some sort of anti-inflammatory... That's not the right word. Fire-resistant... bug slime. Maybe like snail slime is fire repellent. Yes, Cavendish. Yes. That's okay, Lens. Bye! I miss you too. Oh, my great art. Thank you. What a sweetie. Alright. Yeah, so I am gonna do that. I want to do that. So I want one going up. It's being pulled a little bit harder than the rest of the ribbon. And then... is that how I want it to go? Like that. There we go. And then another one that's a bit more crazy. Like that. Is this fun for you all to watch? When I'm actually doing the pencil portion of something? Or do you rather like color and rendering? Which part of the process is more fun? I don't like how parallel that is, so I'm gonna erase it. Oh, fricka. Which part though? Do you like the coloring or anything? Maybe you mean anything. All of it. Oh, you're so sweet. Well, thank you. Sorry I haven't been able to catch one of your streams for a while. I really hope once we move everything gets better. I think we're due some good luck after this, you know? Really hope so. Really hope we do. We deserve some good luck. Right? Right. It's been a while. It's been a while since we had good luck. Yeah, you've been around. You know how bad it's been. I mean, I feel lucky every month I have all my patrons. And they're all so wonderful and so patient and just great. Very thankful for that. Yeah, that one feels weird too. And that one was a little bit darker than I would have liked. And that's why you don't do that. There. Yeah, this area was already kind of shot. And sometimes I like to just put in some rendering right away just because it feels nice. Because I get excited. Okay, so you like the variety Cavendish? That's good, because honestly, I like variety too. I had a job once where I was doing the same thing every day, and I knew I'd be doing the exact same thing every day. And I could, like, foresee months and years, and it was the same thing every day. And knowing that killed me. I hated that. I'm one of these people that would probably be a decent EMT, because I just like being thrown into situations and thinking, like, you know, quickly. I don't like monotony. I'm even starting to hate schedules and routines. To an extent. To an extent. I do still like certain things, but for the most part, it's just I want to be surprised. I like things kind of just coming at me. I feel like it just keeps me smart, keeps me sharp, keeps me on my toes. I am a little sad because I don't think... What day is St. Patrick's Day? It's the 17th. What day is that? That's in 4 days? If in 4 days I'm not too busy with stuff, I might do one of my traditional St. Patrick's Day streams. You can't have a Clover logo without streaming on St. Patrick's Day, right? So we used to make a big to-do of it, and I would have like this whole thing. It was one of our half-price commission streams. We would do that for St. Patrick's Day, but with how things are right now, can't even do that. I miss those streams though. I love doing those. They're so much fun. It really speaks to the whole being thrown into a situation deal, which I really like. And doing them live for people is always really exciting. I'm gonna do something a little different here. I I have to avoid tangent lines. Tangent lines can ruin a picture. But I want to have this have some weird little wooden offshoots. And I don't even want good reason to have them, I just want to have them. Like maybe the architect, whatever rodent or reptile it is, or mammal, I guess it could be a mammal. I'd like to think maybe it was a bird. Maybe a bird built this lighthouse. Anyway, that it put some little just aesthetic tones here. I didn't want shutters. I don't necessarily want shutters, but just these sorts of things where it's like a little personal touch. Like, why did it do that? Who knows, right? And maybe there's another one over here that's just, there's no reason for it. It's just kind of a thing that looks like it'd maybe be functional for something. Have that maybe have a little thing. Yeah, that's cute. Maybe this is a different thing that has a purpose. Not everything in art has to have a purpose. If it feels kind of cool being there and you're doing fantasy and you're not necessarily doing anything like super hyper realistic, you can work these things in. Little things. Alright. So rocks are kind of fun because you can kind of do whatever you want with rocks. As long as you can kind of cut away at them like they're 3D things. You just have to think about them like they're chiseled, you know? And then they just kind of come alive. So that's nice. As for this mouse, I am gonna give him a hood because I enjoy having all these little bits coming off these hood backings, so like a little tassel into that. But I don't want him to have a pointy nose. I don't like my mice to have pointy noses. But then this is where it gets tough. This damn ear in this angle, just, oh my god. I've always had trouble with this. So you gotta kind of break it down into being like a little bit 3D. So the front of this would be there, that would be there, this would be a little bit of a hole, this would come up sort of. And as long as I kind of, it's foreshortening technically, and foreshortening is always a battle, no matter what you're doing. So I don't think we'd see his eyes. And there's that. Picture the back of it. And he's wearing a little mantle. I'm going full medieval mantle pattern here. Let's do this. Yeah. Don't forget, if you draw wind in one part of the picture, you have to draw it in the rest of it. Unless it's like supernatural wind or something, you know, coming from something else. But you want to make sure that you're consistent with, you know, the wind and whatnot. Alright, so over here is more of this. It's over here. But I also want to add a beam on top. This is one of my things I like to do. It's kind of inspired by like Viking architecture, how they always had like a beam on the top of their houses, and then some of the times it'd be ornate and be like a dragon, or, you know, depending on if it was a holy place. So I like just taking that idea of just having a beam on the top, and then I usually throw some rope on it. So it looks, you know, somewhat plausible. And then I like my my rope to be a little bit fluffy. And then I also like it to be a little bit, what's the word? Unkept. So I like the little rope bits to be kind of visibly off. Like it's just been tied and left. Oh, mouse-sized equivalent of sea lions? I'm gonna say caterpillars or, maybe minnows, or, I mean, sardines? Because, I mean, sea lions are usually as big as us. So if we're the size of the mouse, then the seals and stuff would be basically about as tall as us. So whatever's as tall as a mouse. But I have a whole story I can't wait to actually draw out. I've got it written about a mouse and a caterpillar. I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. Actual fish would not do well. It's true. Maybe salamanders. What about salamanders? Or, oh, Cavendish. Maybe they'd be slugs. Slugs are kind of sea lion-esque, but I don't think they'd be near water. Are there water slugs? I don't know if there are water slugs. Oh yeah, Fricka? Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm very proud of that story. It's about kind of acceptance, and I think a lot of people would enjoy that there's kind of a very deep metaphor to it. Based on the whole idea is that, like, even if you change on the outside, you know, on the inside, you're most likely still the same person. Ideally, you're the same person. So, you know, in the best way possible. I just gotta get the time to do it. Seriously, once I catch up on all my commissions, you guys are gonna see me just explode. I'm gonna have so much stuff just start coming out of me everywhere. Drawings just falling out of my face. Stories just exploding from my hands. It's gonna be like that part in Beauty and the Beast where the beast transforms, except it's all gonna be just drawings and stories. It'll be crazy. Really? Aw. God, I love that. If nothing else, I do it for Helene. I love saying her name, if you couldn't tell. What about if I have a big cattail? So, for scale. Oh my god. Cattails. So this will help kind of show the scale of how big this is. Ugh, I love micro worlds, you guys. I mean, who doesn't like to get lost in, you know, a mouse's day? Like, wouldn't you like it if your day was as simple as a mouse's? It's so cute and sweet and simple. Uncomplicated. No bills. No water heaters, no furnaces. None that you have to, like, deal with like we do. Just simple life. Oh, really? Oh, don't have her send the original. She can keep those if she wants. If you want to just scan them, that's totally fine. I don't think I could keep them. I feel so bad. She should have those for her portfolio. Forgot. You should have her put them together in a cute little portfolio. That'd be amazing. Also, anytime you can add overlapping in a piece, that's going to make it stronger, and at least like the parts of it, you know, that you can do it with, it's going to help with depth and kind of showing where everything is. You have to be careful though, anytime you're doing any sort of overlapping or just line at all, to make sure it's not making tangents. Tangents can be really bad for your piece. It can ruin your eye lines, it can make a lot of confusion. It's very touchy. Oh, you've been told what to send, I see. Well, if that's what she wants. I feel bad though. I don't want to take her originals. That's so cute though, oh my god. Okay, so since the wind is going that way, and I have a lot of this fountain grass or whatever you want to call it, and I have that sweeping. And then I have to figure out where I want that to be. Usually the things on the edge of a bunch of something, whether it be, I know that sounded terrible, but things on the end of a bunch of something. So like you got a bunch of grass, you got a bunch of hay, you got a bunch of fountain grass. Anything stringy like that, if you have some on the beginning or the end, those things, since they're not a part of the mass that moves, you know, you're going to have them kind of broken off as their own thing, if that makes any sense. You know, they're going to move a little bit more separately because they're not a part of the giant motion that the rest of it's feeling, you know? Again, this is very similar to the hair talk we had earlier with how to handle hair. It's like the same thing. You're going to be using that idea as changing things into clumps or shapes throughout. You know, it's not just hair, it's not just hay. It's all over the place. Hey Fricka, what are some of Helene's favorite things? Like fantasy-wise, what kind of fantasy stuff does she like? Maybe I could cater a coloring page or two to what she'd want. I'll see what I can do, but let me know what she likes. Oh, really? Oh my god. That's so sweet. Oh god. I feel like this is why, I mean, I could never have kids, but I love the idea of kids. I love the cool things about kids. And whenever somebody tells me stuff like that, I get really kind of weepy because that's the part I just love about children. And they're so cute sometimes with what they do with things. Love it. So I like making things for kids because of that, you know? And I feel like adults just like kid things sometimes too. I know I do. I collect kids' books. I like it. "13, wow. I remember age 11 to 13 was like a huge deal in my life. It shaped basically everything about me, was that age gap. So I really hope like whatever's being put into her right now is the good stuff, you know? I love being an auntie. I want my own, but I love those. Yeah, right? I'm kind of the same. I don't think I could ever have my own for a million reasons. I have so many reasons. Gabe too. Both of us share the same views on having kids, which I mean, that's obviously why we're together, but we like having and rescuing dogs and things and all that junk. And that's good enough for us. We don't want kids. We're admittedly pretty selfish. We like things to be a certain way. We like sleeping a lot, even though I only usually manage about 6 hours a night. But that's still more than a lot of people. But yeah, we like to do things when we want to do them. We like to spend money on what we want to spend money on. But I have the greatest respect in the world for parents for doing what they do and sacrificing what they do. Because I could never do it. There's a certain amount of strength to that, absolutely, that I just admire in people. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Knowing where they lie is part of the challenge of life, I don't want to share my other half. I get it. Yeah, I think Gabe and I are very much the same in that respect. I didn't grow up in a particularly family positive house either, so it would be hard for me to understand how a family, like a functional family, is supposed to act. And part of that is definitely a deterrent for me ever wanting kids. I don't know what a family's supposed to do. I don't even know how to properly celebrate holidays and things. I don't know that stuff. And so yeah, that's part of it too. But I'm sure I could figure it out if I ever did want them, but yeah, not for me. I'm 35 too, so it's at that point where it's I know I'm not gonna do it at this point. And I feel like as an artist, you have to be a very specific kind of artist to be able to allot time and energy for kids when you're an artist, because a lot of your creations and the things you put your time and money into, they are your babies. They are the things you care most in the world about, where if everything else left you, you'd be okay because these things are what keep you going. So in a lot of ways, I assume it's similar to having children. I'm definitely not making a direct comparison by any means, but in terms of how we feel and think about some of our things, it's probably pretty similar. Alright, let's get down to the mouse. Yeah, and that's what I've heard and seen. A lot of my friends, I can't do that. I don't want kids, blah blah blah. We have dogs that have separation anxiety, so we can't even leave them alone for an hour. Someone always has to be home. So I assume that's similar to having kids in a way. At least when you can't get a babysitter, you can't go out. We can probably never travel again, at least, until they're at a certain point. If we start training them, Sorry, these cashews are really good. Cashews. I could see that. Fricka. No shame. You've done a lot for them. They're an aspect of your life, You still have your life, regardless, no matter what. Be holding it like this? Probably, yeah. Well, I'm glad they did find themselves cat. That's good. I know of some parents that never really got the hang of not having their kids around. And it's kind of sad, you know, because you know they want to, but like their identity was so hinged on who they were as parents. I'm trying to figure out how I want this lantern to be. Is he planning on going to a university, Fricka? Or what do you guys call it? Uni? Oh wow, cat. Oh, that's right, you're originally from the UK, right? How did that happen? How were you able to transplant from Europe to Canada? Was that harder than coming to the US? Or what's that process like? Alright, I'm seriously gonna down the rest of these because I'm really hungry. His nose is honestly too far out for me. Yeah, I kind of dig that. That works. Oh, really? That seems a little bit easier than here. Gabe and I always wish we could move to Europe. We really did. Oh, Fricka. I hope you make so much money on your donation stream. The US is hard for anybody. Even if you're already here. I mean, I don't know. Do you really want to come here? I don't know. I was gonna ask her if maybe I could make this into one of the ATC prints. Or just a print in general. Knowing her, she's such a good sport, she'll let me do it, but I definitely want to ask before assuming. Always ask. This is a little fat mouse. I feel like it's really imperative to put belts and things on mice, as they have such a amalgamous body. It's just this amoeba shape that, you know, you put those things on it so you can tell where their bits are, you know. I've never lived in the US. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how a lot of people feel. It's a mess here. It's truly. Oh, good, Fricka. Oh, that makes me so happy. I'm so glad. He doesn't deserve to live a hard life like he has. Alright. I'm gonna make this into... Well, hell. Cavendish, maybe we'll go with your idea. Maybe I'll throw a little firefly in here. But I don't want him to be trapped in here, so I want him like peeping out the top. So it's like he's just hanging out, but he's lighting it. What is the Danish word for butter? Tell me, I want to know. For everybody in here, how do you say firefly? Do you say a lightning bug? Do you have a different name for it? Like, do you say fireflies? They have little heads. And they have really cute long antennae. S'more? Is it said like s'more? That's adorable. Oh, Megan, are you still here? Agreed, Cavendish. Agreed. I know it's regional, though. Some people say lightning bug, some people say firefly. I didn't know it was a regional thing, honestly. I thought it was simply preference, but apparently it's regional. Question for you all. If I were to do this entire thing on stream today, how many of you do you think you would stick around? Just curious. No, you know, no pressure. So I have to do it at some point anyway, right? Oh, really, Kat? How come? What happened? Oh yeah, Fricka, that's right. Don't worry, the rest will be on stream so you can watch it. If you ever watch one of my streams at a later time, either here or on YouTube, just watch it double speed. It's basically a time lapse then, right? As long as I'm not stopping too much and talking like I am right now. Oh, I understand, Cat. Yeah, runners and whatnot. Really? Oh, Africa. That's awesome. I'll try not to swear as much. uh, usually I let it go. I think the last stream I was a little bit more loose with my words, but I can try to keep it clean. That's fine. It's not a big deal. I probably should anyway, honestly. Sherry knows all the words. Yeah, well, I don't want to, like, you know, just sound like I'm saying I'm gonna say them or something. I like swear words as emphasis, you know. But they're not necessary. Emphasis. That doesn't make much sense. This is one of my favorite parts. Let's see if I can do this. I like doing satchels and bags and things. There we go. So this part. Is so much fun for me. There you go. Oh no, Fricka, really? Does that mean she's swearing in class? Oh no. Well, I suppose I'm not a very good influence then, huh? Does she swear in English or in Danish? Like, how often do people curse in other languages? Do they do it as much as Americans do? I am very uneducated in this area, but I am very curious. Really, Kat? That's funny. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because of American music? Or do you just think it's fun? Oh, she does both? That's so funny. That is so funny. The English ones hit hard. Maybe it's because everybody's kind of familiar with English ones. I don't know why. Maybe it is movies or music in general. I don't know. Got me. How we doing? how you guys think this looks. I'm getting there. You've seen the whole process so far. That's gotta be kind of exciting, right? Now I'm gonna kind of clear this area a little bit so you can see more over here. It's adorable. Yay! I want there to be like a little barrel. Barrels are also very fun to draw. Try to make cute chunky barrels. Or maybe a vase. Or not a vase. A pot. That's what I meant. A pot. My favorite kind of pots are those ones that the top is like, from the top down, it's like wood slats and it's got a really simple wood grasp top and you just take it off it. I could draw it, but here, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you've got a pot, right? There's the top of the pot, and then there's this wood, it's like a disc, I guess, that fits on the top of it, and it fits kind of snugly, and then it's got this. It's just like this piece that goes across the top. And these are like slats. You guys know what I'm talking about? And you just, I mean, maybe this is a little higher. It's probably a little higher, actually. Yeah. So it's like that, and you can like grip this part and then just lift off the top. I love those. I love those so much. I even want to just sculpt a little thing just to be able to put that on it. Ugh, so cute. Oh, well, say hi to your family for me, Fricka. Thank you so much for coming. I will be streaming at 2 p.m. now, from now on. Maybe even 1 p.m. in like an hour earlier than this. Just so I can see you and all my other global folk. Because this is nice. Streaming late just kind of bumps me out. I don't know what it is. Like, by the end of it, I am dead. And I just want to go to sleep. I can't even work afterwards. But Fricka, you have a good rest of your weekend, okay? Try to spread the word about your MS fundraiser. I'll put another little bag right here. I honestly do not want to draw this mouse's butt. 100% honesty, transparency, straight, up front. I do not want to draw his butt. So I'm going to draw, I guess, a little, maybe a pot right here? Maybe a satchel. I'll draw a satchel. Hold on. I just don't want to draw his butt. I could just draw this little hump here and then his leg, but I feel like that's distracting because everybody's going to be looking at mouse butt. I don't want the mouse butt to steal the whole painting, you know? I don't want that. I don't know why I called it a painting. It's just gonna be a drawing. Whatever, man. Make a janky little button here. Sometimes you just don't want to draw a mouse butt. Sorry, not sorry. There's a time and a place for mouse butt. I will, Fricka. Thank you. Oh, I like your emojis. Ah, your little brush guys. I'm telling you, satchels and little sacks. Oh, so good. So this is going to be really nicely lit. I'm thinking maybe, I don't want to make it dark out, but I do want maybe, was it twilight? Where it's between, I actually don't know, it's twilight or dusk? From dusk till dawn. So dusk maybe? Right when it's turning into night? You know, maybe sunset time? A little after sunset, like right after the sun just, and it's gone? Maybe there. Maybe it's there. Because then I can actually make the firefly have a light, and I can actually light up the lighthouse too. That would be nice. I need to also look up a boat wake because I don't want to get this wrong. Even though I grew up around boats most of my entire life, you'd think I'd have this committed to memory, but I do not. I could guess, but for some reason this is important to me, and I do not want to guess. Rowboat. Let's do rowboat. If I do a regular boat, it's way too much of a wake. So if I do a rowboat, it's gentle. It's true. That's a good point, Cavendish. God, and even the wind's working against him, isn't it? Now you got me thinking about a boat propeller. Like having a frog push him or something, but I don't have a ton of room here. Yo, what about just magic, huh? Could just be magic. I could have like a little sparkles or something right here, make it look like magic. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, you don't have much of a wake behind a rowboat anyway, do you? The land of 10,000 lakes, and you'd think I would have something in my mind. I could do it, but I just wanted to make sure that what I'm thinking. Yeah, alright. Kinda got it. There'd be a little bit. Could still be a mage mouse. You never know. All my mice are mage mice, let's be honest. Oh, thank you, Jer. Hi. How you doing? Let's finish over here. See, I skipped around again. The little things that make something extra organic are the things like this guy. It's just totally like, eh. The things that look more just natural, honestly. Natural things aren't perfect, you know? Then a lot of lighthouses and things have some rocks out in front that are usually there to break up the water as it's crashing. So for this one in particular, I'm going to actually fade off everything into the paper. So I'm not going to take all the colors to the edge. I'm going to fade it off so that it kind of disappears into the image, kind of like an old storybook, how it's faded around the outside. I kind of do the same thing. Ooh, Cavendish, that's what we're doing. We're going to gondola it. So maybe he pushed and then he's holding it then like that. That's where we're at. Good job. You did it. You solved it. That's what we're doing. So a lot of this wake will be done with just white jelly roll, Posca, what have you. What are you doing? What are you doing? Because that's not right. That's not where that would be. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And rocks, I kind of just like to kind of screw around with them a bit. So like, just kind of doing whatever and then turning it into a rock formation. So again, you know, nature's not perfect, so if you can kind of be organic with your organic shapes, it's a way to do it. So I am going to lighten up the edges just because that's where some water is going to be crashing. So I don't need hard lines if it's going to be kind of covered with water. And plus I can always go back and accentuate those lines, but for the moment you don't need to worry about that. I'm here for you. Thank you, Cavendish. Your intellect is very appreciated. Okay, I can tell I need food, so I'm getting very lightheaded. So I might break for a couple minutes soon. Go get that. Make sure I've got all the colors I need. And then I'll probably scan these pencils. Because I like to give like animated process gifts of this to my patrons. So I like to show like the pencil stage, the flat stage, all that stuff. So once we get a little bit farther, I'm gonna do that. Hi, Lens. Foxes are clever, and you're the cleverest of all the foxes. I'm really excited for the new place because it has a decent backyard, so at least a lot of the days I can go out there and draw. I did that here, but there's no place to sit, and I would be out there for maybe 15 minutes, and I'd just be sitting on concrete on my butt, and I'm like, ugh. So I'd have to come inside because my butt hurt. At the new place, though, there's actual, like, designated patio area. I have an outdoor table that I actually bought a long time ago and wasn't able to put up. So I'll be able to do that at the new place. So that'll be nice. It'll be nice to just draw outside again. It's one of my favorite things to do. And my dogs will be able to be out there. We have a nice little, like, canopy thing for them so that they don't get too hot being in the sun. It should just be really, really nice. I'm so excited. But it is going to be work to get to that point. Yeah. Aw. Oh, wow. Anytime you can look out on water, so awesome. Oh my god. The new house is like 30-second drive from the Mississippi River. Like, it's down the street, and there's this little windmill that's down there. And it's crazy. There's like a little walkway around it, but it's like, there's the Mississippi River. So for somebody like me who really misses all the water, I'm excited for that. So come June, I will be a happy little pea pod. I don't know why a pea pod, but that's where we went. I think I'm gonna do big grass blades here. And then we'll just kind of play them into the background a bit so they're not too crazy. Yeah, the only thing I don't like is how, I don't know, the family before, bless their heart, but the family before did not take good care of the house. So everything is really, I feel bad for the house. Like, if the house were a person, it was totally neglected. There are things that, you know, would be fine if they had just cared more, you know, but they didn't, and parts have fallen apart and they're expensive to fix. The kitchen's a disaster, but I didn't even want to put that down here because the kitchen is a whole other thing. The appliances are outdated and really barely working. Like, we don't have a stove fan. Like, I thought that was just, your stove has a fan, like, you know, but apparently not. It's weird. So we'll eventually have to replace those, but they are not as important as a water heater and a furnace and all that stuff. You know, especially living in Illinois, I want to make sure we have a furnace for winter that works. But I guess we got a good deal on the house. Oh. Oh, the ocean. Wow. That's crazy good, Cat. Yeah, if you've got a big enough apartment unit, I can't see that being too much of a problem. Like, you know, because we had, I think at our best apartment, we had a 2-bedroom, and it wasn't that bad, you know? It was pretty okay for being an apartment complex. It was pretty alright. The neighbors weren't very loud. A lot of the neighbors were actually old people. So, you know, maybe we were the loud ones. I don't know. But it wasn't bad. Like, I enjoyed those apartment times. It's just, we had too much stuff because I came from a house and Gabe had come from a house. So we had a house to each of us worth of stuff, and here we were in an apartment. So it was a thing. I guess. But it sounds like yours is actually a really nice apartment. I'll put some more of this grass, I think, maybe? Maybe do a flagship grass blade. It's like, this is the grass blade. See it in all its glory. If anybody has questions on NFTs or wants to know what they are and has been too afraid to ask, let me know. Because when that stuff hit, I kind of went crazy. Angry about it. But also, if no one wants to talk about it, that's also okay. Also, learn to draw ribbons if you can, ASAP, because the same way I draw these is the same way I draw the grass blades and things. Like, overlap everywhere. Hay, hair, grass, overlap. Ribbons, grass blades, all that stuff, overlap. 3 years old and a 2-bed solarium. Wow. It's funny you guys call it a solarium. I think we call those sunrooms here. But solarium sounds so much more cool. Glass enclosed portrait room. Room in hospital used especially for sunbathing. Yeah, so the house we're moving into, this was a deal breaker for us, is a place with a lot of windows. We needed a lot of windows. So our front room, our living room, that's technically going to be our studio, has like a giant window on the wall. Like, it's like 6 feet in both directions, that sort of thing. And then we have a room that is basically all windows. The only parts that don't have windows are the corners of it. And when I saw those 2 rooms, I basically fell in love with this house and overlooked kind of all the other things. But, you know, so it's important to me. So I love houses where if you open up all the windows, it feels like you're outside, because like the air will kind of go throughout the entire house. That's one of my favorite things in the world. I love it. Okay. This feels really dark. Is this as dark as it? Oh, that's probably better. You can probably see that a little better, huh? Okay. And these, so this is another reason I use kneaded erasers. Take them and I blot these edges. If I want it to kind of fade off, I'll make sure there's no hard edges going to the paper, and then the ones that are close to the paper, I'll blot them, and it picks up just enough of it. And up here, God, I don't want to blot this part, but maybe I will just a little bit so it's not distracting. Because obviously dark things and detailed things draw your eye to them like a magnet. So if you've got anything in your piece that's overly dark and that's not where you want someone's eye to go, you might want to just kind of blend that back or make sure it's not as, you know, pronounced. Have some grass or something here. And then since this part, I don't want to say doesn't matter, but since it's not a main part of the piece, I'm not going to spend too much of anything on this area. I'll hint at some stuff, but I'm not going to draw anything new that's eye-catching. So you want to make sure whatever you draw up in this area is just kind of supplemental. It's shapes your eyes are already used to in the rest of the piece. So if you introduced anything over here to main area of the piece, it's gonna confuse people and it's gonna steal their eye away from the parts you want them to see, if that makes sense. Yeah. And I want this to round out a bit more, so bring it down a bit more. I might even bring some of this fountain grass over here. So it kind of tapers off as it gets into the ocean. Or whatever this is. A river? Maybe it's a river. It's more likely a river than an ocean, that's for sure. And my rocks don't have enough breaks in them, so gotta make sure, since they're rocks, that they, you know. Hold on. Let's see. It's weird looking at it on the screen versus in front of me. Sometimes it's easier to look at it on the screen. This is just a reminder for anybody who orders things online. Make sure your Etsy shipping address is up to date. I had someone buy something from me, I shipped it to them, it got sent back to me. I mean, luckily it wasn't anything that I put in a giant thing, but that's, you know, since I do free shipping, that's money out of my pocket, and then I have to ship it twice. So make sure your address is up to date. Right? The NFT thing, isn't that nuts? It's just, it's not well policed right now, you know, in a way, so there's not really anything keeping people from making just random art they find into tokens that they can sell. So, to make one, though, you have to, like, pay a certain amount of money to make a piece into a token to be bid on. So you're putting in money there, but if they know something's gonna sell, they could just steal an artist's anything, pay $40 or whatever, and get that put up as an auction. Who gets the money? The person that puts up the auction. So, you know, the money though for the entrance fee or whatever, the tokenized thing, or minting, they call it, minting, that goes to the site. So it's like you're submitting it, paying to submit it for like $40 or something. You get it minted, then you get a token for it, and then you can just put it out that way. Yeah, the whole thing is really, really bad. And what sucks is a lot of big name artists are jumping on it to get extra money. Like one of our old friends, he was getting like 15 grand for one of his pieces. But the other thing that's crazy is the environmental impact, which a lot of people are freaking out about, because the whole thing with the environmental impact is that to do all this cryptocurrency stuff, whether it's the currency itself or whether it's making these tokens, there are plots of land that have tons of like warehouses where all these computer servers are, where they're just calculating all these different encryptions for all these tokens and all this cryptocurrency, because the whole thing with cryptocurrency is that you can't track it, right? And the whole way to do that is to encrypt it over and over again and update encryptions and all that thing so that you can't trace it. So when they do that, it's causing heat, it's using energy. They have calculators online now where you can see how much energy was used to create like a crypto token to use, and how much resources that is, and all this stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, right, Cavendish? Isn't that stupid? What's really stupid is even if we wanted to do this whole NFT thing, like people like Gabe and I, it wouldn't work. For us, it wouldn't work. It has to be artists that are either really big or thieves stealing good art, or people that are being kind of facetious and, you know, doing memes. And like somebody put up that Doge dog, you know, the dog that's like, you know, and they put him in some armor, threw that up there, and that's 10K. Like, right now, everything is so crazy with it. There's no way to actually gauge anything. And they don't even have regulations on anything yet. Like, it's insane. And it blew up in like a week. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I do like the idea that it's a way for purely digital artists to get paid in a different way than making prints and merch and all that stuff. I think that's cool. I just think it's done in a really bad way. If they can figure out how to mitigate that, that'd be good. But it's opening up all these other weird jobs. Like, there was this guy that started doing 3D galleries. So you can actually do a walkthrough of someone's digital gallery where they've accumulated all these digital artworks, which, cool idea. I'm not going to bash that because it's a job for someone. It's a cool idea. It's going to be part of this thing, right? This is a new industry now. That's a cool part. There are okay parts to this, but there are also a lot of bad parts to it. And right now the bad parts are so many that it just, why do it right now until it's actually, you know, well thought of and all that. The customers are the same people who buy modern art typically. They're the people that like the story behind the piece more than they like the actual piece itself. Like, I'll bet you anything, if like a popular artist right now just put up like a square of black with maybe a question mark in it or something, someone would buy that for a lot just because it's that person's thing. It's a bragging right, and they were there at the boom of crypto art. Like, they can say all those things. It's completely based on ego and bragging and quick money. It's just nasty right now. It's not a good place for things. And like I said, it's only for the mega rich and not even for the poor. Like for Gabe or I, we couldn't do it. Even if we said to hell with the environmental impact and whatever, we don't care about anything, we want to make money. If we put anything up, it wouldn't matter. No one would buy it because we're basically unknown compared to these other people that have, you know, like James Jean or Beeple or even our old friend who has like hundreds of thousands of followers. He put up a bunch of his digital art. He's making like $15K on each one. It's like he doesn't need more money. He's saying F everybody else, I'm gonna be the guy. And it's like, he's just thinking of himself. It's bad. Like, it's icky. So right now in the Twitter world, all these artists right now are really at ends. Like, if you just pop into Twitter and like search for NFT, you'll see people just fighting it out. Because it's just all these people that are like, they're bad, and all these other people that are like, it's revolutionary, blah, 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 but they don't want to accept the other side. It's the whole thing, the age-old argument of like, people who don't want industrialized areas and people who want more buildings and places to live and jobs and stuff. Like that whole, it's crazy. But yeah, it's a mess right now. So artists are definitely choosing sides about it. I'm mainly against it, but I think eventually it could be useful. It's just, it has to be like, have policies and regulations about it, what you can and can't do. Because honestly, it's the same thing as selling fan art. It's just digital now. Because you're just making money off stolen things. It's the exact same thing. Someone even tweeted that their Charizard fan art was put up and stolen from them, and they're mad about it. I'm saying here, like, you were selling a Charizard print, you were stealing first. You got a guy stealing from a guy stealing. Like, makes no sense to me. Like, if I could just do my art without the internet, that'd be great. That'd be great. But this is the world we live in now. I keep feeling every time I go on Twitter or something else that I'm getting further and further away to what I understand on the internet, and at some point I know I'm just going to be like, I don't know anymore. And then I'm worried about if that's true, that I'll get to that point, does that mean I can't really do art anymore online at all? Like, if I don't understand the internet anymore, do I have to like tap out? You know? Like, when does that happen? I don't know, it's just really weird. The whole thing's really weird. I want to make sure I've got some water in place for this. Uh-huh. Oh. Not fan art, because you're technically getting paid for it. You know how many people actually do that? Tons. Oh, that'd be cute in your comic? Yeah. I've seen that done before. That works. Actually, I've seen that done a lot on Kickstarters too. It's a nice little exclusive being in something, you know? The best white pencil? Just a Prismacolor. But make sure it's Premier. There's a Prismacolor Colorase that's white and a Prismacolor Premier. I think there's another one too. I can't remember what it's called, but make sure it's a white Prismacolor Premier. That's the softest one. That's also just the least grainy. But if you're wondering about like how I do these soft bits, you know, this is actually a pastel. I do a lot of work with pastels, if I think about it. I mean, they're like a third of my pet portraits I do in pastel, but it's great. If you want a really soft look, pastels. So I usually use a pastel with a white colored pencil that I don't seem to have anywhere. So if you do that though, you have to do the colored pencil first. But if you're also using gel pens, so I use a myriad of different white pens and things. So I'm missing, I would have a white colored pencil here and a Sakura pen here. And I don't know if I've got that anywhere near me. But they all have a different purpose. I think I have some below my video, do I? I should have some stuff below my video that explains. Hold on. Oh, I don't have all of it. Dang. Well, I should really update that. But yeah. Definitely Prismacolor Premier if you're going for softer. I think this should have more. Yeah, there's not enough out here. You're welcome, Kat. Let me know if you do want pictures of all the things I have. I can totally include those. Actually, wait. Do I have a thing? No, it's out of date. On the next digital Patreon post, I'll include a picture of all my tools, usually for a toned one. How about that? Let me write myself an email. Patreon post show tools. Okay. Which hopefully I'll be able to do that next week. Oh, yeah, toned paper. Did I already tell you what I use? At the bottom of my video, there's a bunch of links to a few things. One of which is the toned paper I use. Like the stuff I'm using right now, it's cardstock, and I can use paint on it if I want to. I can use markers. Don't use the toned tan that has the cowboy on the cover. Don't use that one unless you're strictly using just dry media. No markers, no paint, no nothing. If you do want to use more mixed media, get the one that says mixed media, which is the one I get. And it's got these nice little kind of, I don't know if you could see this. It's got a lot of, maybe you can see it. Like recycled flecks in it. Oh, maybe you can't see it. Nah, I give up. You can kind of see them, but it looks very fibrous, you know? Yeah, so that really... Ooh. There's also gray. I think you can get a lot of different colors now. Don't quote me on that, but I think you can. I know you can get just other colors of paper in general, but never underestimate things like, you know, colored cardstock, or construction paper is a little thin and it's a little too porous, but if you're using just dry media on it, it should be okay. But if you're using anything that's a little bit wet, you might have to use something a lot more dense like cardstock or something like that. So, oh yeah, do it up. Or wait until I do that post. Or go, if it's close to you, do both. Because then I'll show you all the things I get. A lot of them you can just get on Amazon. I know Amazon is bad, but what are you gonna do? Ooh, which one's your favorite? So far. What's your favorite so far? I'm gonna turn this into an acorn top because I feel like it. I feel like they'd reuse things where possible, you know. Blue and tan. I could understand that. What kind of a blue is it? Is it kind of a desaturated blue? Or is it a really, like, rambunctious blue? Ooh, dusty light blue. I like that. I bet that looks really nice. You know, I don't think you'd actually see this. As much as I want to see that, it would be in the middle. Maybe just a bump. Just a bump. Alright. Does anybody here watch streamers a lot? And if so, when they stream, if they stream for a long time, do they just go on break and show that they're on break? Or do they stop the stream and just come back later? Okay, so they do just leave it running, huh? Huh. How long is a while, though? Like, if I'm gone, like, 15 minutes or something to wolf down a sandwich? Oh, which was awkward? Oh, no. I'd feel so bad about that. Yeah, I suppose it'd be very anticlimactic then, huh? So what do you guys think? Do you think I should stop the stream and come back later? Or do you think I should let it run? Nah, not so much. Pause, like, just put up a screen. I'd probably leave up the art I've got around me, at least. But like I said, I would like to scan this. Yeah, if you don't think the raid thing is a big problem, then I'll just leave it up. Oh, raids? Yeah, I've only gotten... I think I got 2 raids, technically. I got a raid and a host. But yeah. True. It's almost 4 hours, so... I guess I could kind of render it out a little bit right now. A couple of the lighting bits. What's everyone having for dinner? Mochi for dinner? Oh, I love you. After my own heart. Alright. I'm going to go scan this, eat some quick food. I will be back. I'm gonna let the stream run. So, cheese on toast. Ooh, yeah. I like what I call it peasant food. Like, I just like a piece of bread with some cheese on it. Oh my god. Right? It's simple things. I would batter and fry it, but I'm bad. Okay. I will be back in like 15-20 minutes. Something like that. If you're not here, it's okay. I won't hold it against you. I still love you. I'm gonna put up this cow. This Highland cow to kind of give people a taste of what the stream is, I guess. Even though that is not what we'll be working on. But that's okay. Alright. I'll be back. Thank you for being with me. I mean, as long as you have been. I'll let the music go too. Okay, be back. Hi, I'm back. How were you while I was gone? It's cold. Now it's cold. Thanks, Cavendish. I had a sandwich. It was good. Feels like little kid lunch. I had a sandwich and some potato chips. One of my favorite snacks right now. I got hair all over me. One of my favorite snacks lately is actually carrot sticks with sriracha and this vegan mayonnaise that I don't even care that it's a vegan mayonnaise. Really, it just tastes really good. Like, it's got a really strange taste. Anyway, you mix the sriracha with it. Sriracha, and it tastes real good. But how are you? How was your time? Did you have a good break without me? I grabbed the stuff upstairs I didn't have when we were talking earlier, so sorry, Kat. This isn't very helpful, but you can at least get this number off it. I'll show a full one when I do that Patreon post. So there's that. Yeah, right. So helpful. And then okay. Sorry. Let me after food. These and these and these and these and this and that. Okay, so literally I do use all these things and I have a reason for all of them. It's stupid. Though they're all situational but it's like they're dialed. So I usually have this one when I want a more opaque version of this one, and I use this one to actually like blend out that one because that one ends up being a little too grainy. And I have a lot more control over the wispiness of this one. And then these, in this order, from here to there, are like opaqueness and their tip thickness. So this one is like 50% of this one. This one is the most opaque, but this one's like 50% of this one. And then this one and this one are for precision, but they're as opaque as this one. This one, though, is a little less so than that, closer to this one. Anyway, I'm telling you, it's situational. If I was using them as I was going, I'd be like, oh yeah, now I need to use this one because of this reason. But trying to explain my madness is kind of difficult, to say the least. But that's just one of those things. Like, let's see, when I started markers, I think it was 2014, something like that. My whole marker journey is online. Like, on my Instagram, you can go back to when I was like, okay, I want to get good at markers now. And that was back then. And you can see how I kind of over time got better with them, but seriously, with anything you use media wise, like, you're gonna go through phases with it. You're gonna figure out what doesn't work, what does work. You're gonna have your preferences, and if you enjoy mixed media like I do, you're gonna learn how to incorporate other mediums in with your preferred media. So like my gouache and watercolor and colored pencil and pastel thing, that's over there, you know, and then I've got my marker stuff and my dry media over here, and depending on what I'm using, I use them in different ways, different parts of the process. But the only way you're going to figure any of that out is if you use it. I mean, right? Okay, so let's color this bitch. Posca and Martin bleed proof. What do I use before markers? Before markers, I was doing a lot of just ink. So like, I was using my microns. I would say this, in this about 4 to 6 years ago. Wait, no, not 4. Nope, 2014, and before I was using these. I actually started off with grayscale markers too, before I actually got into colored markers. And now that I'm using colored markers, I made sure not to go crazy with them. So I also use markers in a really specific way. So this is gonna sound crazy, but I only have this many markers. I know it looks like a lot of markers. It's really not. If you know marker people, and I say that in a very specific way, marker people are a very specific type of person, especially if they're into Copics. If you know a marker person who collects Copics, they probably have bins of Copic markers. I did not want to become that guy. Mainly just because I like to be able to carry things around pretty easily. And if I am traveling, I won't even bring markers. I'll bring watercolors, because I've tried to explain before to people that depending on your mindset and who you are, if you're impatient and you like to do things quickly and you know, you don't mind carrying a lot of things around, markers. If you're patient and want more colors at your disposal, but you want them in a small container, watercolors. So depending on where I'm going, if I'm going like on a trip or something, I have a watercolor tin that's about yay big. I have a bigger one that's about this big. But I'll bring those because there's more colors there for less space, right? But when I'm at home and I've got my markers, I use this many. So the whole reason though that I can have only this many is because I use pastels with them. So like if I take this green and I want to make it more blue or, you know, more brown or something, I can tint it using pastels. I can tint any of these using pastels. So to me, that saves a lot of potential markers that other people would just buy that color. So I don't want to do that. So I pick like really specific colors that I can tint one way or another, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. So let's see. Where should we start? Kind of want to start with the candle. Yeah. So again, having the bleed around the actual piece is really nice, because then I can test out markers if I'm not sure it's the color I want. So I should probably look up a dusk like color palette so I know what I'm doing. Let me do that real quick. Not really, no. So this, since this is an actual pencil, it's actually a brown Col-Erase. So the Col-Erase pencils I use specifically because they're not like regular graphite. They stay put pretty good. The only side effect that happens is they soften up, but that's to my style's credit. Honestly, it helps my style kind of be what it is, because, you know, then it kind of blurs it a bit. Not as much as it would graphite though. So like on this one, when we were doing this earlier, this is all graphite, and it was having a hard time with the marker. So if you're using like a soft mechanical pencil like this absolutely will get pushed around by the markers, especially if they're alcohol markers. You might have better luck with water-based, but it might be kind of tough. But yeah, this lead is super soft. So I assume if you use like a really hard pencil that's got hard lead that's not so soft, you'd probably be okay. But I use the Col-Erase because it is kind of a harder lead. It's color, so I mean Col-Erase come in all kinds of colors. I highly, highly suggest you do not use the black or the white kohl erase. Ever. First of all, the black is waxy, the white is waxy. More than any of the other colors. It's really strange. They're basically unusable, and they don't even erase very well. The funnier thing is, I was telling you all earlier about the white Prismacolor Premier pencil instead, because it's soft. You can actually erase this to an extent, but you can actually erase it. So if I need black or white, I actually use the Prismacolor Premier black or white. The only kohl erase I use is actually the brown one. Gabe uses like 3 or 4 different ones depending on the palette of whatever he's doing. He uses like Tuscan red, there's a purple, there's a blue, and I think he uses a normal red or orange. He likes orange. And then there's a pink somewhere. Sometimes he uses a pink. Anyway, but those are kohl erase, COL-ERASE. They're underneath my video. I've got Amazon links to a few of these things if you want to look. But, yeah, so this doesn't really smear, no. So I end up going over it. If any part of it does end up, for whatever reason, getting a little lost or what have you, I typically go over it again at the end. After everything's done, I'll go over certain parts of it again that I want to really pop with either the brown or the black. I seldom use this though. The only time I really use this is when I'm using grayscale and I don't want to use ink. So, you know, that one's really tricky though. Like depending on, you can't put this over this. This turns this blue. This is one of those mixed media things, like once you understand that you like to use mixed media, the hardest thing then is to figure out its place during the phases of all your other media. So, like I can't put colored pencil underneath gel pen. Or was it the other way around? Gel pen has to be over. Yeah, I think so. I can't remember now. I'm trying to think of when I do chainmail. Either way, there's a certain way you do it, otherwise it's going to get all weird. It's crazy. Alright, so we started that. I want to do these, and I don't want to do my normal color for those, because I don't want them to be so dark. I want that color though. Maybe that one. That one's pretty good. Good questions, all you guys. Good questions. It's so weird streaming with a full stomach. Typically I'm streaming, I've got a pretty empty stomach, so this is nice. What happened to my gold? There we go. So this is gonna be the wood color. But yeah, as far as I know, I use markers a little bit differently than most people. I think most people just use the right colors. If they want to use a color, they use the color they want to use. Me, not so much. I just don't want to have a million different markers. Maybe it comes from more of a frugal standpoint? I don't know. Like, I guess if you want to save money, that's a way to do it. So markers are expensive. If you really want to save money, don't use Prismacolors, because they can't be refilled. Copics can be refilled. Why am I using Prismacolor? Because I like how they feel. I don't like that a lot of Copics are rectangular. Feels weird. A lot of the trick with markers too is understanding shape. Because a lot of the time where you start and end your marker swipes are going to denote kind of the shape of it and where your gradient stops and starts. But that's a good rule basically for anything. Paint or what have you. Just knowing where to start and stop is a good thing. Yeah, so if I'm ever suggesting people start with markers, I usually suggest 3 to start with in their grayscale, because it's honestly how I started with them. So I know this looks like a lot, and it's really not. It's technically 4 different ones. This is my 10%, my 30%, my 50%, and my 60%? Or are these all 50? Okay, I've got a couple 40s and 50s and 160. So usually it's 10, 30, and 70%? 50%. Yeah, sometimes I'll have a 70, but I don't really ever need it. The darkest I ever go is 60%, which this is a 160. But if you're just starting markers, I would say get a 155, a 157, and a 159. These are the French grays, so they're warm. They do have cool and neutral, and then if you're using Copics, they have like 2 or 3 extra other kinds. It's really weird. I don't even know the difference, honestly. I just know there's like 5 different types of grays they have. But for Prismacolor, as far as I know, it's warm, cool, and neutral. And I just always use warm. And to me now, I suppose if I use any other kind, it's not going to make sense, but these are the warm grays on this one. There is no 50% on here yet, so you can kind of tell how dark the 50 and the 60 would be. I think the darkest on here is a 30. But anyway, yeah. So I would start off with those grayscale ones first. If you don't know if you like markers or not, get 3. And, work with those. As far as color is concerned, that's a little bit tougher. I mean, I would probably get 3 markers that are kind of around the same. Obviously try them at the store. Bring some of your test paper with you. Usually I'll bring like some of my tone paper, like a little swatch of that, and try them on there. Because depending on what paper you use, like the color, it's going to change the color of the marker too. It's not going to be the same. Like, these marker colors are not the same when they're on white paper. So I could never do that because I don't even know what colors they'd be then. But I know how they react to my colors. So it's all preference, really. If you're going to start with color markers, though, I would get some that, maybe get 3 that are kind of around the same. So you can start using monochromatics and then go from grayscale to monochromatic to full color and see how that goes. Just keep growing your collection a little bit. I wouldn't go crazy just because you won't know really which ones to get unless you spend like 2 hours in an art store just doing swatches, which I've done before. You can do that. It's a thing. But yeah, you'll figure it out. Yeah, I used to hate markers, and then I started using them. And once I found the way I like to use them, then I liked them. But I assume everyone's, different. But I would think you could almost use anything as long as you found out the way you like to use it, And then when your markers start running out, you can use them for specific things. So that's kind of fun. It sucks, but it's fun. As long as you have a backup, it's okay. Really, Cavendish? Oh, that's so sweet of you to say. Thank you. I mean, at first, when I was using markers, it was very much a learning curve, because you had to figure out as you went, like, how far they bleed out. Because, when you put down a marker, it doesn't just stay where you put it. It usually bleeds out a bit. And then that's also going to depend a lot on the paper you use, too. How porous it is and what have you. Never use markers on watercolor paper. It sucks the life out of them. You'll be screwed. Oh, really? Oh, good on them. That's great that they did that. Let me guess, the 155 and the 130? Sorry, 155 and the 157. It's a 30%, so that's why I'm like 130. Yeah, mixed media is fun to me. Like, I like the challenge of learning how to use things best with each other, making them coexist, I think just using one thing sometimes is really limiting. Like, when I only use watercolor, I get kind of discouraged, because it's like I can't get certain looks I want doing that, I think I'm gonna do this. Here we go in the cattails. And then I'll probably tint these a bit more brown using my pastels. So you probably won't get to see the final on the stream. So I'm probably not going to do my pastel pass on here. Probably just go up to finishing off all of the flats. Yeah, I'm using Copic right now, but typically I prefer Prismacolors. And it's kind of because Prismacolors don't smell as bad, but it's also because of how, like, Copics are shaped. Because Copics are a lot more rectangular. They're like a rounded rack, where Prismacolors are cylindrical. God, yeah, the Copic is so much stinkier. Ugh, hold on. Tester set. W warm and neutral ones? Or wait, praline and burnt sienna? Oh, Winsor Newton? Don't buy Winsor Newton markers. Sorry. Winsor Newton markers are bad. Yeah, don't buy those. They're a trap. They're actually like paint markers, and They make you get a specific paper for them. I wouldn't even go there. If it were me, I wouldn't even go there, because we tried, when they were coming out, we were at New York Comic Con, and they had a booth, and they were trying to give away free samples for these, and I was like, oh, cool, blah, blah, blah. And I got some, and I was like, these work really strangely on my paper. Why are they working so weird on my paper? And Gabe was like, oh, that's because they have their special marker paper you're supposed to use. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you gotta use their marker paper. I was like, F that. I'm gonna use whatever paper I want. But, like, the markers really only react a certain way on their paper. It's really kind of, it's a trap. I don't know. Those are my thoughts. If you use them and you use them on whatever you use them on, cool. And if you like it, awesome. But I think they're, That's just where I stand on it. Plus, they're really expensive last time I saw. Maybe they've gotten better now, but oof, they were expensive. Hi, Dennis. Dennis, I started at 2 p.m. That was 5 hours ago. Where have you been? I'm just kidding. It's okay. I still have to look at your email, Dennis. I'm so sorry. I saw you emailed me the other day, and I haven't gotten to it. Seriously, I don't check my stuff unless it's like my Pet and Armor email or if I'm streaming. Otherwise, I stay the hell off the internet lately. Some of you might have saw my NFT rants on Twitter the other day. I went a little mental on that, but rightfully so. That whole thing was messed up. Yeah, I think Prismacolors are good to start with just because they're cheaper than Copics. They're really forgiving. They've still got a lot of colors. I can't speak to the brands that are really generic or that are store specific. Can't speak to those. But the Winsor Newton ones, they're a trap. And Copics are expensive. So I would say if you end up getting into markers, if you like how Copics feel, then get yourself some Copics. But for the time being, there's nothing wrong with just getting some Prismas. You got a milkshake. Hey man, good for you. Oh my god, I have such a bad habit of sitting really effed up when I'm doing art. It's like I won't notice till I move too, and then I'm like, oh my god, was I sitting on my foot the whole time? And then I don't have a foot anymore. It's gone. How do you say your name? Karimbo? Hi, Karimbo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The rest of them? Dennis, have you done all the Guardians? Are you for real? That's crazy. You're kidding. Do I want to do this color? Hold on. Hold on. Damn. Dennis, you are so hardcore. Thank you so much for that. I can't believe how good they are. Like, I am freaking out about it. You sound super legit, too. Like, my favorite thing is that you have this air of educational to it, so you almost make it sound like these are legit, these are real, you know? That's probably my favorite part of it. I think this is just too not yellow. Oh no, David Attenborough. Oh god, I love him. I was so close to making a David Attenborough's Bay shirt, but that's when Bay was big, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't do this because it won't age well. Yeah, it probably wouldn't age well, so that's where I am with that. Oh god, okay. Start down here. So it's gonna look like I'm just kind of blocking in all these with the same color, which I am. But before it's done, I'll have gone back over it and varied the color using the pastels so that it won't be so just one color. It'll have kind of a myriad of different shades in it. Oh, really? What now, friend? What are you gonna do? Is that for the Kickstarter then? Congratulations. Yeah, keep that artist going, homie. That's good. Yeah. That'll be extra awesome for the Kickstarter anyway if you can kind of do both. So, because then you can offer the 1 and 2 bundle, and then maybe the 1-2 bundle plus like an original page. Did the artist do any of it traditionally? Because you can offer those as like, you know, easily offer those as like a $200 tier. All his work is digital? Well, maybe you could print out a page or two and have them sign them, have the whole team sign them, and then that could be like a higher tier bundle pack. Oh, okay. So yeah, offer those with the bundle of the books, 1 and 2. And then if your artist is up to it, maybe you could even offer him or her, them, a like do the commission tier where people can get the books plus a commission from the artist that did it, or at least like an original drawing of their, you know, a character their choice that's in the book, something like that. There's a whole bunch of things you can do. Whatever works the best for your book. Maybe have them be werewolfified. Your werewolf Sona. Her artist will draw your werewolf Sona. That could be cute. And that you could charge a pretty penny for. Oh, I see. Hey! I mean, I don't want to downplay anybody's pricing, but that seems a bit high. I mean, unless he's well known. If he's well known, then you're paying for his name, which that can be good. Oh, wow. Wow. That's crazy. Good for him. Fantabulous. I was off screen. Sorry. You'll reach a point, Kat, where people won't do that to you anymore. I feel like it's one of those, like, starting off things you have to get past, and then people realize, oh, okay, like, this person's serious. Like, we shouldn't, you know. Like, for some reason, also, I stopped getting people being like, hey, draw my kid's book. I'll give you $100. I'm like, what? A page or for everything? For everything? Nope. Not even for a page. Because you gotta think about every illustration in a kid's book is basically its own commission. And depending on how long it takes you, you want to do at least like 20 bucks an hour. Or else you're getting kind of hosed. Yeah, people just don't get it. I mean, I did one of them. Been asked a few times, but I had done one of them because she actually agreed to my terms, mainly because it wasn't in color. And then what usually happens is they'll, put it up on Amazon or something, and then it's kind of sad, but they never write or do anything again. It's like they just had this one story, and they just wanted to get it out there, and then once they did, they're like, okay, I'm good. And then you don't really hear from them again. So, I mean, that's just kind of what happens, but you'll reach a point where people start taking you more seriously and all that. And then you'll stop getting those, and you'll start getting people who are like, hey, come do this thing. Like, now I get these weird solicitations for, like, things that don't actually exist. Like, they're kind of spammy. But it's asking totally different things, though. Like, you want to be an influencer? Blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, thank you. It's like, that's how you know you're in a new bracket. You know? Oh, that makes sense. Well, if you ever want to just make hobby money, because you can still keep something as a hobby and still make money for what you do. No shame in that. Just make sure you're getting like 20 an hour or something. Because half of that technically gets taken by taxes. If you're actually freelance. If you're just a hobby artist, if you make less than $1,500 that year for your hobby, you don't have to pay taxes on it. But if it's over that, they're gonna find you. That's why cash transactions, I combined transaction and cash into trash. Cash transactions are pretty much untraceable, so there's that too. Take that knowledge as you will. Made a bunch of art to sell it's alive, and so I framed it and hung up. No one knows I did it. Oh, Dennis. I mean, as long as you're okay with it. Cat, I totally understand that. That makes sense. Good for you for keeping it solely yours. It's important to have things that are just yours. I'm an only child, so I believe heavily in that. Good point, freak. I love everybody's viewpoint on stuff. This is cool. Only to offer it for free. Yeah, I totally understand that. It feels like the beginning of just anything. You have to put in a ton of time for the foundation parts, and then hopefully it ends up kind of building itself, you know? But Dennis, your podcast has its Patreon, right? Yeah, I get great joy out of commissions. I know it probably doesn't look like it with how much I complain about it, but I really do enjoy drawing people's pets. It's just I wish I didn't have so many to do. That's where I get really stressed out and kind of upset. But I mean, if I was okay with where I was at with, you know, all the ones I've got in my backlog and everything, I would be so happy about that. You know, I wouldn't mind doing them still. If I'm doing them while still doing my stuff, then I'd be happy. But right now, they're all I've been doing for like 3 years. Like I'm trying to do my Patreon stuff too, but I wish I had more time for everything that's not them. You know? Sometimes using a marker is like painting. Painting with a little canister thing. Yep, they're alcohol. These are alcohol based. They're both Prismacolors and Copics. You'll know I'm using water based if I've got out my water marker and a brush. Because when I use my water markers, I tend to like to use them like watercolors, because you can use them interchangeably with watercolors too, which is really nice. Can't do that with alcohol based. You can't really mix alcohol and water markers. It's kind of difficult. So a lot of the time they'll push on each other, and you know, the water will either push out the walls of the alcohol marker or vice versa. So it can be kind of rough. If you use them when they're dry though, you should be okay. But just when they're wet, you can't use both of them. It's just funny to me that markers, you know, aren't seen as a viable art medium. Like, so many people throw their nose up at them. It's like, well, I mean, why are they so not fine art, you know? Just because they're not archival? Psh, whatever. Those people are not our friends. That's basically all a spectrum. No one there uses markers. They don't make sense. Shut up. Oh god. That was good. That was real good. You're the guy. Oh, see, I'm already tired again. Keep forgetting to do certain parts. I do this all the time. Doesn't matter what I'm working on, I always forget certain parts. So I'll render out one of these leaves real quick to show you kind of the process. So after I'm done doing the flats, which I'm calling the whole blocking scenario here, once I've gotten that far, then I'll go in and I'll start shading things and rendering it out. Now you'll see that this line that's here, this line work, is going to get like covered up or fade out, right? And that's okay, because I'll eventually go over it again. But I'll do this. And then this is a big no-no, okay? But I use white for my highlights. Don't do that. Don't do that. The only reason I can do that is because I'm going to eventually cover it with another color. The white lightens the marker underneath it, so it technically makes a new marker color. And then on top of it, I'm going to put a different like pastel color, so probably in this case a yellow. And that's going to give it a different feel than before. So leaving it like this is not okay, because nothing in nature has, you know, white highlights and black shadows, that sort of thing. Everything is tinted to be something else, right? So as long as you remember that, and if you're always, you know, I mean, unless you're doing a monochromatic something or other, but make sure to always tint your shadows and highlights, because that's going to keep your pieces being more rich and more full of, you know, value. So up here, I'll do this. So once we've got all the blocking in, I'm going to go through and do this sort of thing. Okay. And down here, things like this. So similar to the cow we did earlier. And how I was saying you kind of sculpt it from the background using light. You're doing the same thing kind of here, but you're doing it while there's color behind it instead of grayscale. So it's the same process. It's just a little different. And this is extra saturated. It does not look like this. It sucks because depending on what I'm working on at the time, I have to change my camera settings. Because if it's black and white versus colored, it needs different settings. I think I might give him yellow. So I also try to maintain like 3 to 5 colors in a piece so that it feels cohesive, and typically have like an accent in there too. So the only other colors I'm going to add to this are gray for the rocks, which I'll probably still end up tinting a little bit blue, and then kind of a teal for the water, and I'll get to that in a minute. I really do go about things a little bit more unconventionally than most people do. So if you're taking anything I say as word, just know it's not always like the standard, I guess. I don't want you going to somebody and be like, oh yeah, well, Cloverkin said this and blah 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 blah. Well, yeah, but I mean that's how I do it. That doesn't mean that's how it's done. You know what I mean? Just covering my ass over here. I might need to make that a different color, but we'll see. So just to reiterate earlier in the stream, we get to move around April-ish, so at some point I'm going to be dropping out of streams for a bit, because we'll have to move our whole streaming setup and all that stuff. I would like to start being on it too more often, so I think that won't happen though, the drop-off for the next couple streams, because I think we were able to move in April. So we still have the other Saturdays in March, so those will probably all be at 2 p.m. too. I can't promise they'll be this long, because this one, I don't know why, I felt like going longer on this stream, and Gabe's okay with that, so, you know. Ah, Greg, you're lovely. How you doing? Where's my water? Hold up. Hold up. Where's my 140? Shoot, man. What are you doing over there? Oh my goodness. Silly marker. It's over in the whole different area. You're completely right. Yeah, Kat, that's 100% right. My problem is sometimes you'll get people who take your word as law, and you really gotta, you know, cover your butt when you're telling a lot of people things. Because some people will take it as this is the only way. And I want to be like, no. This is just my way. There are tons of different ways. In fact, I highly suggest anybody take what they learned from me and just see it as, well, that's how she does it. I could do it a different way. And it's like, yeah, you absolutely can. And I highly suggest you do. Because you're going to find ways that work better for you. And, you know, you can get different results depending on your technique and all that junk. Alright, this marker is dead. I will be right back. I need a different one. Sorry, I needed a different marker. That one was dying. I'm also tired, Greg. I've been streaming for... Hold on. Let's see. Around 5 hours. I took a small break to eat, but... You know. There we go. Brand new marker. Such a difference. Now this is the only real downside of markers, is filling in big spaces. Because you're gonna always have some sort of wall. And this is where it's typically good to also use like pastels for me, because then I'm able to actually kind of hide these walls and things like that. But if you're really good, you're able to hide them, but it's tough. Like, if I'm doing some waves, then I'm gonna do a little bit of a shine from the lantern here in a minute, but to do that I have to do some very specific stuff. So and typically you want to go the same direction if you can. There's going to be instances you just can't. But when you can't, try to like crisscross your marker strokes, because then it'll just bleed, you know, the way you want it to. So I'll show you in a second why I didn't just block that out cleanly. And this is going to blend into the background once I do the final pass. So right now, it's in the ugly stage. It's the hard part of streaming, is you gotta let people know, okay, this is in the ugly stage. Mm-hmm. Also, if anybody ever wants to know what actions are here, there's a bunch of commands, some hotkeys and things. So this is mixing because of the lantern light, which happens to be a cute little firefly. He's hanging out. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna brighten this up at some point, and you know, this light will be affecting all these things. So this will be like this, and I'll tint it more yellow because the firefly is yellow. Right? So he's gonna have more of a white butt. Like that. And then around him, here comes all my different whites that we were talking about earlier. Okay. And then, third different type of white, since it's a glass jar. It's also texture dependent too, which ones of these I use. Darken this a little bit so you can see it better. Okay. What you're trying to portray. Sorry about that. So like if like this little jar is glass, right? And because it's glass, I'm gonna put a shine on the glass itself, and to do that I use the most opaque one, so it absolutely speaks to the material, right? Because glass is very like speck heavy, like speck highlights. Oh, for goodness sakes. This is Gabe's Posca. Hold on. Oh, no. These have been giving me so much guff all day. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Don't want it to like freak out. Oh yeah? You need furnace money too? Good for you. How much did it cost for you? I'm curious. Yeah, so like, okay. So since it's glass, one of these sort of deals. So I use this because it goes over the whole thing, right? And then to show his butt is really lit. Gonna do that. I don't know, are we? Home furnace versus what kind of furnace? Come on, Sean, what do you mean? Isn't light weird? That's a really good way to put it, Twello. Real good way. Oh, you're a glass blower. What? Sean, what? Oh my god. You're also a production guy and a music guy. That is super neat though. I didn't know you blew glass. I was gonna make a blow ass joke, but I didn't think I should. I'm just telling you, it went through my brain. A hot shop. Oh, this is funny. I didn't know there are so many terms. How long have you been doing that? Glass blower, more like ass blower. Sorry. There are children present, maybe. Probably not. You guys, there's some weird damn stuff on Twitch. Like, admittedly, I never really looked at the front page or anything, but there's some really weird things going on here. I didn't realize how wholesome my channel was. Like, there's a girl that's just sitting in like a kiddie pool with like a D cup, and she's just talking to people. I'm like, really? I mean, I guess, but isn't that what cam girls are? I don't know, the whole thing was kind of funny. So I saw that. I saw like this AI that talks to the chat or something. I don't know. It was really weird. That was weird. I don't know. I've never looked through like the stuff on the front page. I don't know. I thought it was a pun. Wow, taught professionally. How long have you been like doing it in general? That's crazy. So Sean, the YouTube video thing, that's not even your main gig, huh? Could have fooled me. No, you only watch art streams, Cat. I think I would too. Knowing what I know now. For your real job? Oh. So it sucks because during this time I usually lose a lot of the color I put down, but I can bring it back. It just takes a minute once I get the pastels in gear. But that's later. I just want to make sure I get this down right now. So I'm probably going to hint that it's turning into night, but I'm not going to directly make it night. Cute. My channel helped make a connection. Yay. Just don't kill each other, okay? Cool. Thanks. You're both really good people, though. From what I understand. Oh. Yeah, look at each other's stuff. Give compliments. Yeah. If I had the power, I would force everybody to give everybody else a compliment. If I had the power. Oh yeah, feel free to share that too. Okay, so now that the bottom's kind of fixed itself, it looks a little better. Sometimes it takes marker a minute to get its thing together. Literally has to get itself together. But it does also help having a pretty much brand new marker. Can't really do this sort of thing with non-brand new markers. You see the striations too easily. Oh, brushed with death? Oh, that's good! I appreciate that. That is really good, Twillo. Damn, that is a good name. Yeah, mad props for that one. I appreciate good, like, linguistic use. That's awesome. Oh, that makes sense. Hi, Alex. Oh, I'm glad. It's for a patron. They were very nice and let me kind of combine a bunch of their months into one bigger piece, so she is quite wonderful to me for letting me do these sorts of things. My patrons are like the best. As soon as I know what color that's going to turn into. She has a thing for lighthouses, and she likes mice. That's probably why she follows me. I started this completely on stream earlier. I did the thumbnail and everything, so I've been on since 2 p.m. So I've been streaming for a little bit. So if anybody wants to see how this started, I also did this one earlier. I refound a piece from like 2 or 3 years ago, and it hasn't been inked. I just went right over the pencils, so it's a little bit blurry. And I could fix that later, but right now, very whatever. So I might make him into a print like my other casters. I don't know. He's probably at about 50% done right now. There's still a lot I'd like to do. And there's also still one more piece that's kind of in this style, I guess, in this theme. But it's been a long day here. on Clover Channel. What is this color? What is this even? Can I use you? Show me. Reveal to me your true colors. It's kind of a blue. I can use that. Pale jade my butt. You love this cool. You love the cool. This cool cow. This moo boo. Off the screen. So, since this isn't exactly the same color as this other part, that's okay. Because it's going to be whiter anyway, since it's a crest. But, I can tint it to look like the other things. It's kind of the equivalent to, in Photoshop, when you add another layer and you do a fill of a certain color and you put it like 10 to 20% so that the whole thing kind of has this cohesive color on top of it, which if you've got a lot of colors that aren't really, I guess, matching up or in the same sort of vicinity, if you add a layer on top of them that's got a similar color, that should work pretty good, actually. I think our accent color is this burnt. Is it burnt sienna? Sienna brown. Oh, please. Sienna brown my butt. It's freaking burnt sienna. Whatever. This is hilarious. This one's called reddish brass. Get out of here. I mean, I guess, but it's still silly. Reddish brass my butt. Any marker that has ish in the name is like, really? That doesn't sound very scientific, guy. It's like a pinkish, purpley. Like, if they're doing that, they must have another one that's, you know, like purpley. It's like a reddish, brassy, gold. Like, what? Get out of here. Do you even know colors? Get out of here. I will never claim to know color. Not well. There's just way too much. I feel like if anybody says they know color really well, I don't know. I don't know if I'd believe them, honestly. There's just so much with color. I feel like even the people that work with it primarily still don't know everything. I feel like there's so many intricacies of color. So much. No, you got it, Alex. I'm gonna try. And then the final caster one that I was thinking of doing is it's like a crane. So it would be a really tall and semi-thin one. But it'd be a crane that's a necromancer that's got its mouth open and it's, you know, it's coaxing out all of the ghost fish it's eaten to do its bidding. So out of its beak you'd have all these little, like, really white, ghostly, magical fish coming out of there. Oh man, my energy is tanking. I bet all my blood is going to that sandwich. Probably all of it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that was a fun one. I'm surprised I forgot about that piece. Like, it was shoved in a sketchbook, and I was going through stuff to start packing. And I found it again, and I'm like, huh. This is in here. And it was still covered with a lot of graphite, because it had apparently been sloshing around in a sketchbook for a bit. Yeah, I know, it's real bad. I mean, I refound it, I cleaned it up a bit, and we colored it a bit on stream, didn't we? You are dying. Get out of here. I'm done with this. No more. Yes. Are you doing that right now? Like right now, Dennis? If you're doing that right now, everybody should go watch that. I'll just be here, but I would totally watch that. Shit, man, I would watch that even if I was streaming. When he gets off the phone. Put in a link, Dennis. Put in a link and I'll pop over, and I'm sure everybody else will too. You just gotta tell us when you're doing it. I forgot you guys live together. How quickly did it get to 1K? Did you think it would take a while? Or... That's pretty funny, if so. If you're like, yeah, this'll take all night, and then like 20 minutes in, 1K, it's like, there goes my hair. What's the next milestone? Is there one after that? Do you have to shave your head? No, you don't like it. It's for kids? Oh. Come on, but it's charity. Charity for anybody. Oh, so you put him over. That's dark, Dennis. So you wanted to shave his head? But wait a minute. You'll give money to kids, but you won't shave your head for kids? Is that what I'm gathering from this? You silly man. And you were pulling on your wall. I love it. I want to watch it. It's for a good cause. How long until you do it? Is this like a half an hour away, or is it like a now thing? Streaming can be used for good. Instead of just women sitting in hot tubs. What is that channel even? I'm not even like getting it. Like I get it, but it's really, really, lady in the hot tub, really? Oh, you're just jealous. No, no, I'm not. I don't think, even if I had the body, I don't know if I'd want to be on there. Like, just for that reason. Oh, okay. Let's see. I gotta watch them shave heads. You gotta make it big. Wait, Dennis. Hold on. Okay, got it. Make the screen big. If you guys aren't watching that link that Dennis put in, they're gonna shave his head, so you might want to. Oh shit. No, make the screen big. There we go. Yeah, they listened to me. Okay, hold on.
It's amazing. You guys are so amazing. But it's also like, what? How is that possible?
Oh my god.
Yes, it's a fantastic cause, and you all are incredibly generous for.
Oh, bye, Sean. Sorry.
Sick kids absolutely are.
Oh, they're shaving his head. Oh no, Phil. Oh no. If anybody missed the link, here it is again.
Wait, are they cutting his hair with scissors?
We're taking a quick hiatus to watch a friend shaving another friend's head
I guess
on Twitch.
I hope that this is just leave it like that. If you want Phil to
Can you guys hear the other stream?
a shit mullet, I'd fit into fucking such a day. Ah.
Oh no.
Hey, guys, go ahead and unmute in Zoom, and I'm gonna mute. Oh, can I voice it?
Yeah, from what I understand, when you shave someone's head, I've never done it, but you have to cut off the hair first, and then you have to shave their head. Has anybody in the chat actually shaved their head before? Or someone else's? Oh no. Oh, poor Phil. I don't think I could ever shave my head because I know I have tons of moles. My whole body is covered in moles, and I know I've felt a few on my head, and oh no, he's screaming. And I know I've got dents, you know? Oh yeah, but Twillo, you look cool with shaved hair. I don't think I would. I definitely would not. I have some, I don't know, like, I know I've got dents and stuff. Like, it would not look okay. Like, some people look really good with it. Like, I feel like you're the one that looks good with it. You're that kind. Not me, man. Can't do it. He's cutting his hair first. Try to half watch because I feel a little irresponsible having my own stream going while I'm watching someone else's. Just a smidge. But you know, it's really cute watching them do this. The one cutting the hair right now has been doing something pretty cool for me on the side. He's been narrating my Guardian stories. So for any of you who are my curious collectors, I'm trying to figure out the best way to show you these, but he's a voice actor for the most part. And him and the other one that's getting his hair cut there, they have a podcast together. So he has a really good, like, reading voice. And he read through almost all of my Guardians, at least the ones he has. And it's great. Like, he has brought so much life to them, and it's really, I don't know, it's a treat. It's an absolute treat for me to hear them read like this, because he has kind of a mix of both an educational and I don't know how you'd put it, just really informational. So it's like educational and informational, but it's about fantasy creatures. So it's really, I don't know, it's really cool. And it makes my writing feel so much more legit hearing it come from someone. And he just started doing that on his own. So, I don't know, I thought that was pretty cool. He surprised me with them one day. And yeah, I can't wait for more of them. He said he's going to give me more, so I think that's cool. It's really nice. Alright. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that. That has longer hair, right? I have one that's like the size of a dime or something that's on my head, and I'm just thinking, there's no way. There's no way. So not too short. I hear ya. Yeah, I've had a boyfriend or two where if their hair goes too short, since it's so thin, you see right to their scalp. I think now they're gonna buzz him. They've got the buzzer out. Oh no. Cut that works with your head shape. Oh. So I suppose as long as you're not going down to the skin, Twillo, you don't have to worry too much about things showing up. But yeah, thank you, Amanda. I'm so glad. Oh, they're gonna buzz him. There he goes. Oh no. That's true. That's true. The girl that cuts our hair, Gabe went to, I think in college, and she's fantastic. She's wonderful, and she does like pixie cuts and things, so she's used to that. So if I ever wanted to, again, I had it once, and it was only when I was pretty thin. I don't think I'd do it now that I'm a bit bigger. I don't think it would work for me. Plus, it doesn't really work for my brand. But someday, maybe when I'm older, I just lose it and I'm like, you know what? It's time! Goodbye! And I just cut it all off. That makes me sad for Phil then. He's gonna have like a janky haircut now. Because Dennis is doing it, and Dennis doesn't know how to do hair. He has a podcast, for God's sake. I know, it's a pixie cut, but it's not an elf cut. Huh? I'd have to rebrand. I'm just kidding. If I wanted to do it, I'd do it. For a while, before my hair was this long, I was just wearing extensions, like clip-ins, just for streaming and cons. Worked out pretty good. It's a good way to get used to the hair slowly before you actually get it. Alright, this is gonna look screwed up right now until I actually start doing the layering of the water. And then once I start like getting in the shadows, because once I do that, it's gonna start reading more like water. See? And then it's gonna get a little bit weird color-wise, but then I'm gonna go over it again with like a blue or a teal pastel, and it'll fix itself, basically. But this is another one of those times where this one is like 50% opaque, and this one is 100. So if I wanted these crests to be really white, see the difference now? Yeah. See? So there is a reason for all my madness. Absolutely. Let's see. I think I'm gonna do pastel first, actually. I'm gonna see if I can erase any more of this. Can you guys see what I'm doing? I've got a man shaving a man's head in the background, so I kind of look like I'm crazy right now. Alright. Oh, my hair is everywhere. Has anybody been doing art this whole time? Either drawing, sewing, crocheting. Twillo, those mittens, man. Super nice. You are very, very skilled. If you're ever up to it, let me know. I'll give you my commission that I want. Who knows, someday I'll wake up and be like, alright, today's the day. I want to know what Clover wants. I'm gonna do it. And then I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. They always make it look like super quick in the movies when they shave someone's head. But in real life, it looks like it's really slow. Like it's a process. Oh no, Cat, please share. Share. Use the Discord. Put it in the WIP area if it's still in progress. If it's done, you know, put it in the finished stuff. Whatever. Did you? Oh, Cavendish. Slugs. Sluggos. Where is it? You said work in progress? Or wait, no, finished? Nope, I'm wrong. 10K? Hey! Sluggos! Ah, God, they're huge. That buoy would have to be like a bottle or something. Oh my God. Ah, Cavendish, we have to make this a thing. I feel like though if they're like up there, because slugs can't go in water, right? So that means then that they're probably stranded. Poor sluggos. Oh, slugger babies. I love them. They look like angry potatoes, and the mouse is like, sorry guys, no room. And they're like, damn it. This can't be it. This can't be the end of us. Aw, cat. Oh, I love it. You have a good sense for color with your collages. Because everything on there is around the same, you know, color palette. That's really smart. In the Discord, in the 10K. Sluggos. Yes, sluggos. I love me some sluggins. Oh yeah, Twilla, you love slugs and snails. Sucks because this is literally only 50% done and you're probably not going to see it be final. Because I gotta do the pastel pass, and that's later. That's way later. It was gum? What? Weird. It's just for playing? What are we talking about? Oh yeah, but it's great, Cat. Some of the best things people do are when they're playing, I think. The slugs. Yes, Amanda, that's great. So you're having fun with it, is what you're saying. What are you using on it? They're gonna slurp right off there. That's a good sound effect. Slurp. God, that is a great sound effect. Like it just kind of... Oh my God, that's the sound. That's the sound effect. Slurp. Oh my God. Twilla, that's so good. Slurp. Into the sea. Slurp, slurp. Slurp. Oh, don't forget some reason, daylight savings is still a thing, and you need to do that tonight. Spring forward, y'all. Spring forward. It's time. God, stop it, Moobot. That's not right. That's not the right time. I'm starting at 2 now. I started at 2 today. That's why I'm tired, you guys. You guys. Thanks, Alex. You were rocking. Dang, homie. Thank you. They're gonna be tinted later. Just right now. Get them on there. Get them bad boys high lit. Colored pencils found Faber-Castell. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Faber-Castell aren't too bad. Rumpf. Pastels. And I hope that the owners of the person's dog that I'm doing a picture of get back to me today, because I got to a certain point on it and I had a question and I can't go any further with it until they answer. And then at some point I gotta work on my guardians, which I think I'm gonna do the bud bugs. I know I said I was gonna probably do the coffee beetles. I think those are gonna be next month probably. No, they didn't fully shave his head. I mean, it's not completely bald, unless they're going, and they're not done yet. Maybe they're not done yet. I'm stuck doing the highlights, but I bet if I did the shadows it would do a lot better right now. Alright, let me do the shadows. Sorry. Sorry if that made anyone else yawn. Usually when I yawn, someone else yawns. See, now you need that candy. Yeah. I know. I need the candy. I know. Candy. Oh, always need candy. Let's see. What's everybody's favorite candy? I have many favorites. Is anyone else's candy favorites like mood dependent? If they are, what's your standby? Like what's the one no matter what, you can basically always have it? Twix, that's up there for me too. Most definitely. Most definitely. Sometimes I'm in a Butterfinger mood, sometimes I'm in a Snickers mood. Butterfingers are like a commitment though. Like, you know, after you have a Butterfinger, you've gotta like floss or go brush your teeth. Because it's like, it's literally just toffee stuck to your inside of your teeth. And your girl Cloverkin has really bad teeth. So. I gotta close this window. Now you can get a Twix. I gotta save your money for my water heater and my furnace. I really am using that money for good things. Oh, Junior Mints. You're a mint guy. Okay. Those are a very specific time for me to have chocolate mint things. Now, I can't really do mint with stuff. Because to me, mint is like toothpaste or like a breath cleanser. So I can't really eat it. I feel like I've been trained not to eat it. So like mint things, I can't really do it. I can't. Oh, cat. Damn you. I love you. Damn you. I love you. But damn you. I'm gonna send you an original of some kind. It might be old, but for your generosity, I'm gonna send you something. You were too good to me. Oh, cat, shush. I mean, I'm doing my work. I'd be alone if I wasn't. I mean, I'm happy to be here with you. You're all so sweet to me. I'm happy you guys aren't like the people in that Hot Tub Girls chat. Oof. I'm telling you, just that chat alone, I would not be able to do that. That girl. I guess she's earning her money. Gotta deal with all of them tween boys. Well, of course, Kat. I'm an open book. Whatever you want to know that I know, it's free for you. Whatever you want to know. I mean, the fact that you guys are here with me, I mean, earns you the right to, you know, ask me whatever. It's crazy to me too, because you'd think, you know, a lot of patrons would be on the Twitch streams, but they're not. But in my case, I think it's because a lot of my patrons are kind of older. Like, my demographic is kind of surprising. I get a lot of women in their 50s and 60s. So they're not really, you know, into, you know, like a lot of computer savvy things. So when I do get a person or two on here that's also a patron, it's pretty cool. Because I get to talk to you. I get to hang out. But yeah, my demographic is kind of all over the place sometimes. I kind of wish that my hand shadow wasn't in the way. I have to look into how to combat that. I really try not to impart advice unless someone asks, because I feel like just kind of a jerk if I just start saying advice. but I mean, I guess there are some things, but I don't know. I read an article that said that you should never give advice, and like it kind of scarred me. So I try to, at least with any advice I give, I try to give a pretty hearty disclaimer. You know, this is how I do things. This isn't the way to do things. How do you guys feel about people who give advice? Do you like it when people just start doing it, or do you want to wait until you ask them for it? Like, where do you stand on that? And maybe it's different, you know, when it's like a Twitch stream. Because, I mean, people are here to listen to you, right? So maybe that's already a given? I don't know, I'm back and forth on that. Oh, Cavendish. Yeah, that was kind of disturbing, wasn't it? Where they were on her face. Is it contagious? No, I don't think so. That was pretty ballsy of them, wasn't it? If I go for a fruit candy, it's usually like Starburst. One of my favorites though, and I don't know if I'm crazy for this, I love hot tamales. Oh my god, I love hot tamales. Not Red Hots. Those seem weird to me. But like hot tamales. Oh my god. I love hot tamales. But I like Starburst. I guess Gushers don't count because they're a fruit snack and not an actual candy. This is the same shit. It is literally the same shit. Oh my god, Cavendish, really? Ew. No. Advice depends on the context. Totally true. Good advice. Very true. Yeah, I tried to really cut down on giving unsolicited advice. It's weird though because you get in this groove of doing it often with some people, like groups of people, and then you just automatically do it, and you shouldn't do that. Like, it took me a long time to realize, like, oh my god, that's what I'm doing. It's no good. Hey, Twillo. You here? Yeah, Cavendish, that's true. But then again, like, how do you know when you're an actual expert at something? Like, I don't know if I would ever feel like I'm an actual expert. Like, how would anybody know that? you know? I mean, unless you got the Nobel Prize or some crap. Oh, Twillo, do you want me to do your 4x6 on stream? Or do you want it to be a surprise? Actually, I wonder how many of my other... Are there any devoted Dandikin? Any of my ATC non-print people? Not the Clover cards, but the Dandikin. Do I have anybody here for that? Okay, Twillo, so you want to watch it. Okay, that helps me out, because then I can actually devote time, a specific time to yours. So let me make a note of that. And we already talked about what you want yours based around, right? If not, tell me. Okay. Oh. I mean, I can do that if you want. What about, instead of a buoy, do you want it to be like a rock or something? Or maybe something more you? Is there an object that we could put them on that's very you? Like a, I don't know, coffee mug? I don't know. Whatever's you. I could do that. I feel like the buoy thing is very Cavendish's. He should retain rights to the buoy. The buoy snails. Sorry, slugs. Buoy slug. Yeah, you could take your time to think about it. No rush. I'll probably do yours next weekend's stream then. See, yet another perk of being a patron on during a stream. Schlorp. I think we can take Schlorp though. I don't think Cavendish has a copyright on Schlorp. Unless you do, pull that out of your pocket. Just tell me right now you have a copyright on Schlorp. I want to hear it. I have to know. Cavendish, as a matter of fact, now that you mention it, that's not yours? Fine. Okay. I'm gonna Schlorp the Schlorps. Cavendish, how was Fritz's birthday? I remember it was his birthday, I think, last week? Week before? Something like that? Fun fact, I don't know how to shave hair. I saw that! We watched it, or at least I did. And why didn't you go down to his skin? Dennis! You were paid $1,000 to do a job. You did not do that job. Oh, was it really? It was really, like, he had a defined line. Oh, cute. Cavendish, really? Oh, you guys are so sweet. What kind of pizza? Talk pizza to me. Oh. He had you stop? Why did he make you stop? The back is down to the skin? Oh, man. We were talking in here, and we were talking about, like, I know I've got a bunch of moles and dents in my head, so I know this probably wouldn't work. Oh, stream wrapped up. Well, bravo to y'all for raising that much money. That's great. Oh my god. I have blood on me. But from where? From where am I bleeding? Damn it. And was it from now? Like... just random blood on my hand. It's okay. I'll just wash it with some water here. I don't understand what that's about, but it's cool. Well, for first time shaving someone's head, Dennis, I think you did a bang-up job. Killer buzz, bro. I was just expecting skin, that's all. Oh, Pizza Nova. Gorgonzola pear. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh my god, that sounds delicious. I need to screen cap that. Is that weird? I want to screen cap your pizza. Screen cap the pizza. Windows logo plus shift plus S. Oh, I see. I have done it! Wait, it's only saved to the clipboard. Save it, you jerk. Oh, phew. Oh my god. Windows, you were so funny about this. Why do you have to be so weird? Papel! Thank you for the follow. Papel. Roast garlic appetizer. Oh god. Oh, you too, Alex. Thanks for coming. Oh, garlic. Being infused with garlic is being blessed. Truly. That's a fruit salad on pita. Gabe and I went through a phase where we were making pizzas on naan. And that was good, but naan bread just, it's not big enough. So like we'd eat the pizza and we'd be like, alright. Okay, that's it? Like, there's no more? Nope. Okay. You know? Like, I don't know. It's just, the naan bread wasn't big enough for me. It didn't feel like a pizza. And I don't mean Little Caesars. I realize that was confusing now. I don't like Little Caesars. Gabe really likes Little Caesars. I do not like Little Caesars. I think it's gross. I like frozen pizza, I think, even more than Little Caesars. The stinking rose where everything is garlic. Oh my god, that's amazing. Isn't that weird, Dennis? I feel the same way. Why is it like pizza is so easy to just demolish? Especially when you fold it. Like, I'm a folder. I take my pie cut. None of that square cut BS. Oh, there was a whole stream that we did that was dedicated to square cut pizzas. Get out of here. Pie cut pizza. And you do the finger fold, right? And I fold it and I eat it. And it feels like less pizza. So maybe it's a mental thing. Maybe I should not fold my pizza. I don't know. When you say Chicago pizza, do you mean deep dish? Because that is not a pizza. Deep dish to me is like, that's a literal pie. It's lasagna without the pasta. It's just cheese. That's all deep dish is. It's just cheese. Like, that's not even a... Ugh. So much cheese. It's good, but man, you gotta be in the mood for that. A while back when Gabe and I were being real bad, we would get a pizza from Giordano's, which they have pretty great deep dish. But we would get a Giordano's pizza, and we'd order from them mainly because they had green olives. And I can't find a damn single place around here, around anywhere. Minnesota had a lot of them, but Illinois doesn't seem to have many places that offer green olives. Anyway, Giordano's has green olives for pizza. So I'm like, hell yeah. And then when we get it, we also get, and this is so bad, they have cheese curds. So we would get pizza, and we would get cheese curds. And I'm a ranch gal, so I dip my cheese curds in ranch. I would take ranch and put it on the pizza. Because I'm nasty. Oh, but it's so good. Like, if I'm being real bad, that's what I'm gonna get. Yeah. But on a regular day, what do I eat? I have protein shakes. I have tofu. I have soup. I make myself egg drop soup. I make a mean egg drop soup, mind you. What else do I eat? Oh, I make baked oatmeal in the air fryer. We actually use the air fryer for everything except frying things. What else do I eat? Oh, I have wraps because I don't eat a lot of bread anymore. I have a lot of fruit. It's really hard to figure out what you eat normally. Oh, some quinoa. Oh man, I'm such a douchebag. Cheese is wonderful. You own the ranch cookbook, right? No, and I probably shouldn't. Oh my god. That sounds amazing. Can you give me a link to that? Thank you, dude. How you doing? Thank you much. I appreciate it. We've done this whole thing on stream, so you can watch its birth. It came from... Where is it? Where is it? Here is the thumbnail I drew on stream. I had no idea what I was doing, and then I drew the thumbnail. Whoa, here we are. Look at that. Oh my god, Twillo. That was so fast. Oh no. Oh no. How many of these are vegetarian, out of curiosity? Oh my god. Waffles? Ranch waffles? Get the fuck out of here. Rice noodles? Oh my god. Oh my god. This whole 80s, like, inside table of contents has me rolling. What is up with that? Oh, that's cute, Cavendish. It's true. And I almost feel like the people like myself who really like to hinge their pizza experience on ranch probably grew up with pizza day at school with a side salad, right? Stop me if I'm wrong. You had a side salad that was basically just lettuce and ranch. Let's be honest. It was lettuce and ranch. And you got creative, and you would take your pizza and just slam it in that salad, and coating this delicious rectangle in this white gold, right? And then that's when you're hooked. And then from that point on, You can't have the, the tomato without that hint of that ranch. You know what I mean? That feels like a comedy sketch. Hey, they don't have ranch either. Oh, Dennis, if you got a basic bitch pizza like a Jack's Pizza or some shit, just basic cheese and sauce, slap some ranch on it. It's an upgrade. Though, this is coming from somebody who loves green olives on their pizza. So a lot of people would not take my word for anything after hearing that. So, act accordingly. I understand if you no longer trust me. I also like other types of olives. But for pizza, green. Green all day. Giordano's also has really good pistachio cannolis. So good. It's so good. Basil pesto, yeah. Does anybody have what is it called? Doocracy. We have a place called Doocracy. That's the equivalent to a place in Minnesota called Punch Pizza. And Punch Pizza and Doocracy are the types that have a little like, it's like a stone fire oven or whatever, right? It's really cute. It's like in the center of the pizza place. It's got a little oven door and they throw the pizzas in there. And, those are my ultimate favorite kinds of pizza because they get all bubbly and then they're crunchy in the bubbles, and then, you can just basically roll up every piece of pizza and just eat it. And it's so good. And the place that we're at now that has Doocracy, they have this zucchini pizza. It's got pesto and zucchini and red onion, and there's something else. I don't think it's artichoke. But I also learned I like artichokes on pizza. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just want it. I want it so bad. Oh my god. Yeah. So, here's what's funny. Crazy turn of events. There's, like I said earlier, my carrots and veganese thing. There is, and this is actually probably why I like this, the vegan mayo that I get. I'm not fully vegan, I know, but, I wanted to get away from the dairy thing and all that, but anyway, so I was like, I'll try this vegan mayonnaise. I'm going to laugh at it so hard. It's going to taste like crap. No, I was wrong. It tastes almost as good, if not better, than ranch. And so I've been having that with everything. The last time I got McDonald's fries, I dipped them in this veganese. If you're the type that likes garlic aioli, you have to try this. I can almost guarantee you will like the stuff. F the whole thing that it's mayo. F that it's vegan. F all that. It tastes good. Like, you don't have to use it however any of these people are telling you. You can put it on everything. It's amazing. I love it. Anyway. See, I feel like that would be a very specific instance, Dennis. You'd have to have certain flavors, I feel like, for that. Because, like, soy, that taste, I feel like won't go necessarily with marinara. Or anything, for that matter. You know what I mean? Like, I trust you, but I don't trust you. But what is it? I think it's just fluffed chickpeas, man. I don't know. You gotta look at this shit. I don't know. Veganese. I don't know, but I fucking love it. It's so... I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. Here's the ingredients. It's got rapeseed oil. Whatever that means. I don't know what rapeseed oil is. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. Gluten-free, dairy-free, non-GMO. Yeah, expeller pressed rapeseed oil, filtered water, brown rice syrup, apple cider vinegar, soya protein, sea salt, mustard flour, lemon juice concentrate. That's it. What the fuck? Doesn't even make sense. Doesn't make sense. And it's fucking great. I'm gonna die. Oh yeah, I do like General Tso's. Shit, man. Oh, Whole Foods has this, like, soy General Tso's, and it's so good. It's literally just gluten, but it's so good. God. Oh my god. We need to stop talking about food. Like, really, we need to stop talking about food. Heavy breathing. Food is so good. I love good food. Sometimes when I'm on a stream, I think about that one part in Forrest Gump where he's running and then he stopped running and he's like, I'm tired. I think I'm gonna go home now. And then he just turns around and he starts going home. Sometimes during a stream, that's how I feel. I'm like, I'm tired. I'm gonna go home now. And then everybody's just like, what? Really? Okay. You know, that's how I feel sometimes. I'm getting to that point. In other words, I'm getting there. Okay, admittedly, this looks like he's fucking going. Okay, this might be way too much. Guys, why didn't you tell me it looked like he was just gonna crash into this damn side of this thing? It was way too much. Really? Come on. You guys are here to protect me. What is happening? Basically, yeah. But man, does it taste good. I don't care what it is. Even if that was like full, I don't know. I love it. That's one of those things where it's like, I don't care that this is vegan. This is really good. Damn it. So if you're a ranch fan or a garlic aioli fan, try it. Man, I'm getting tired now. Oh. Sitting too long, y'all. Sitting too long. Damn. Drink some more water. Vegan cheese? What do you mean horror stories about vegan cheese? I have vegan cheese that's really good. I don't know what his horror stories are. Their horror stories are. Sorry. Vegan cheese used to be nasty. Like 10 years ago. Now it's pretty alright. Gabe had been vegetarian for like 20 years, so he dabbled in that stuff. Oh, yeah, that was an old kind. I remember hearing about that. No, the kind now, this kind I get was pretty good. I don't think it's got plastic in it. However, I've learned that depending on the cheese form, like the form the cheese takes, whether it's shredded or sliced, does make a difference. So Daiya cheese is pretty good. I use it for a lot of things. Smells god-awful terrible. It really does. It stinks. It's nasty. Like, it smells awful. But it tastes pretty alright. I had to stop eating regular cheese for a while because dairy makes me just bloat like crazy. Painful bloat. So I stopped eating a lot of dairy, and that helped like a ton. So I started eating that Daiya cheese, and it's pretty good. But the shredded version is a no-go. No. I would not use that again. Yeah. Yeah, the regular Daiya sliced cheese is good. I like that. The cheddar one. But yeah, it used to be bad. But then again, look at the ingredients for Kraft Singles. That shit ain't right either. That's a molecule away from being, plastic itself. Like, Kraft Singles are... Ooh. I remember reading up on that, too. Everything's bad, man. Didn't you know? We all gonna die. I'm gonna switch the lighting on a few of these just because this lantern is on. So because this lantern is on, instead of whatever sunlight there may be, because this is going to be dusk, I still haven't gotten to the sky yet. The sky is going to be a whole thing. Since it's dusk, this is shining in this area. So that was satisfying. Gotta say. I'm so surprised, those of you who have stuck around this long. Thank you so much. I hope you've had fun. I hope I have not let you down. But yeah, I think my Saturday streams will now be on at 2. And like I said, I can't promise I'm going to be on as long as I was today. Today feels like I have to do this thing. I'm already here. I'm already doing it. And just stay doing it. So if this is on the water, that means there's a shadow here under it. A very simple shadow. And it's going to be a kind of broken shadow too, because there's waves, right? This water is not still. So what happens with a lot of this is this is going to get blurred and integrated better by use of pastel, so that it ends up looking better. And then this yellow spot is really just for me to remember to tint the water yellow, because this is all going to be yellow since it's a firefly. Fireflies have kind of yellow butts. Yellow butt bugs. Because they got the yellow butt, the water around them is going to be yellow. It won't look like pee later, I promise. I had a pretty horrifying incident with making vegan mac and cheese. Did it involve cashews? Phil Hair, sell it. Sell it to the people who gave donations. Say, here's what you bought with your money. You don't want it? Someone else wants it. Really, Twillo? That bad? Did you finish it and did it taste good, or did you not even get any further with it? I don't see how that could go wrong. I mean, did you not have a good blender? Ooh, yeah, do the voodoo doll thing. That should be a whole stream in itself. Can make a Phil voodoo doll. Oh, then you can, like, raise money from people to do things to it? There you go. Huh? Like, 10 bits is a pinprick. You know, like, 200 bits will drop a cinder block on it. There you go. Oh, pre-made cashew cheese. Okay, I can't talk about that. I don't know anything about that. Yeah, they do have green butts, but in this case, I want mine to have a yellow butt. 'Cause art, and I do what I want. Yeah, I had made I thought a really cute Guardian a while back. I called it the Baturi. It was a battery, but it glowed in the dark. So I made sure it was like yellow-green. Are you doing the Baturi right now? Oh man. The Baturi. Hey, Dennis, that's how you can figure out how to say things. Ask me on a stream. Oh, so it's a Goosty? A Goosty, the Alephny, because I want it to be Aleph, like element, like Aleph. Anyway, what other ones? What else you need? Oh yeah, Thunderstorm would be good. That'd be very fitting. Oh, I'm excited. I had a lot of fun in that one. It's really a drunken bug, the way I wanted it to be portrayed. It's just kind of drunk, and it gets all like hopped up on energy. There's a thing I was thinking of when I was doing that one. There's a thing in my head that kind of it bops around and it looks drunk, and it's just this little thing in the air. Maybe it was the Spirited Away mouse and fly. Maybe, something like that. But yeah, they get kind of drunk on power. Can't remember if that's when I started doing the animations or not. Maybe. Yeah, Dennis, I gotta figure out a good way to package these. Well, then I'll send you a video on Instagram. Be like, how do you say this? And I'll reply back and I'll be all like, blah, 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 blah. I'll make it sound like an actual definition. Blah, 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 blah. If that helps, I can totally do that. I don't mind. I don't know how many, though, that I made that are really confusing. Did I do a bunch? Like, are some of them really hard to say? Shoot, man. I didn't even think about this. I make up words, but, you know, whatever. There's the Drifts, the Owlger, Bellwark, Bunbury, Baturi, Lintel, Hazelpip, Leaplop, Leaplop, Papoose, Behop, Lefney, Yisty. People get that one wrong. They say Yeasty, but I say Yisty. When Gabe and I were making that one, we were joking. It was the Little Yeasty, like it's its rap name. Anyway, Snowlum, Sapin, Foley, Thistlepip, Woolly Bear, Wheat Willer, Squash Spirit, Spur, Wickle, Emberling, Tomty. Tomty's a real thing. I don't even know if I'm saying that one right. But yeah. Real dry with that? With what? Which one? What do you mean dry? Huh? Oh, Alger? Oh, okay. So you didn't lean into the gur? So it's more like Auger. Yeah, I want it to be like ogres, but it's not the most elegant word, but at the end of it, I was like, this is such an ugly word, but they're assholes, so it fits that they'd have a terrible word. I don't know, so I didn't fix it. Oh, it's kind of sarcastic? Hey man, that fits the mood, doesn't it? Of who they are. They're not the best folks. It would be funny if you kind of lost your shit on that one and you were like, yeah, so these guys, right? Yeah, these guys. I welcome that. That's totally fine. I know someone that'll probably really enjoy these. Earlier, there was a woman in the chat who has a daughter who is a big fan of the Guardians. And I know for a fact she will get a kick out of these. She's almost 13, so she really enjoys them. So I'm excited, to share those with her. I think she'll like them. I think I'm done with this for now. It's not nearly finished, but I gotta take a break from this one and go work on like another job. I guess that's how I keep doing commissions nonstop. I just switch them up. When one gets a little bit, I'll switch on another one, and then I'll go back to this one. And yeah, now that I think about it, I do that all the time. That's crazy. I mean, I knew I did it, I just didn't know it was that blatant. This one might benefit from an actual one of these. Either that one or this one. I usually do a swatch and wait for it to dry, and then I see how it would do. So yeah, this one's too bright. Let's do this guy. Alright. Y'all, I am slowing down mighty quick. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go. But I should be on next Saturday at 2 p.m. CST. Don't listen to my moobot. I will be on at 2 again because this was actually a really good time slot. So I'm gonna have to change my overlay and all that junk. But I'm also gonna try to change my lighting so that my hand shadow isn't on the damn picture. And then I don't know what we'll be doing. Doing some kind of art, tell you that much. For my curious collectors, I will be working on your Guardians this week. Hopefully I'll get pretty far on them. For my devoted Dandikin, I'll be picking away at your stuff. Clover card people, yours were sent out this week. What else I got? I will hopefully be able to do a Patreon digital update with digital stuff next week. I'll put up a post about the tools I used for that piece tonight, as well as maybe the piece itself. Give my patrons first dibs at that, in case they want it. I think that's basically it. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about real quick? Anything to mention? Seeing if a friend is on. I don't think. Oh. Sarah Zunda's not on. She was. Dang it. Well, balls. Alright. Oh, yeah. Dennis, yeah. You gotta get a smoking jacket. You got a leather chair. Oh, man. Get like a little thing. Except instead of filling it with liquor, maybe fill it with applesauce or something. Just to be a dumb. I don't know. Thanks, Uncut. Where does it say that? Does it say it on the thing? Did you roll over it? Where was it? Yeah, I used to stream for 7 hours normally. Like, that was my norm. But you grow up. I don't know, you get tired of everything. Life, whatever. Sonny boy, we were just leaving. And no, it's not because you entered the room, but it sure looks that way, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Does it? It does. It absolutely does. Wow, that's like almost 7 hours on the dot. And now I have 20 people? Are you kidding me? Where were you? I was here how many hours ago? What's 7 hours ago? What time is it now? 9? I started 7 hours ago, man. At 2 p.m. Where were you? Were you enjoying your day? I hope you were. Yeah, total line. So, I'll show you real quick. what we did today. So when we first got here, I had found a drawing from like 3 years ago, and I decided to tone it. Oh. So we toned it, and this is without any ink work on it or anything. It's just, I highly recommend you don't do it this way. I just did it because all I wanted to do was render it. If I was doing this legitimately, I would have inked it, erased all the pencil lines, then done this part. I said F that, and I just rendered on top of the graphite, which made things a little bit blurry, smeared the graphite. Whatever, it's okay. I know how to fix it. It's okay. So if I do line art still on this, it's probably going to be with a hard pencil, so it at least isn't too jarring. But it's maybe at about 60-70% right now. Just needs some lines and maybe some more darkened areas, and then you know, whatever. Blur is part of the magic, no mistake. I'll leave it for that area. And that's the cool thing too. You can dial detail and blurry, you know, so you can sharpen areas up as you wish. So that's fun. That contrast actually helps things look blurry. So good point, Cavendish. You're on it. And then this one, we started on stream completely. I did this thumbnail, and I was like, okay, that looks good. And then we penciled it out, and then I started coloring it. Not too far yet. I want to say I'm barely 50% on this. Barely. But, yeah, cute little firefly in there. He's jumped up on the thing. He's looking out like, oh, what's going on? What are we doing? We're gonna go in the lighthouse. It needs pastels and a little bit more of the water. So this area, I'll probably take throughout the rest of it. But it's just time consuming. It's time consuming. I don't want you to watch that. You watched me do all the rest of this. So if you want to rewatch it, you can do that when I stop. You can watch it fast forwarded on like 2 times speed and hear me do that kind of talk. Whatever. Oh, thank you. Thank you all so much. You're so sweet. Everyone leaves. It's not like that. I swear it's not. I'm always happy to see you. You and Uncut and Toe the Lion. Welcome. Oh, I'm glad you guys like it. So next week we'll probably do there's a person in the chat who's here. If they're here next week, I will do their thing. And then oh, last little Clover commercial. This is this month's Clover card. It's the Ladybug leaf boat rental, where the ladybugs, they go in there and they rent a leaf boat and then they go over the edge. And this little story tells everything about it and why they do that. Because don't they die? What happens? What? Why would... Oh no! So yeah, you'll find out. Anyway, this is $4 domestic, $5 international. It's okay. It's not that much. But then you get all the digital goodies too. Anyway, that's on my Patreon. You're nice. Shut up. I'm just kidding. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, next week, 2 p.m. Central. I'm in Illinois. That's Central Time. Also, it's daylight savings time. Spring forward. We lose an hour of sleep. Hour sleep. Why do we still do this? The farmers don't need it anymore. Why do we do this? Yeah. Yeah, so if you got work and you work like a normal person instead of like not like me, wake up. Damn it, Cavendish, shut up! Cavendish, say hi to Fritz for me. Hi, Fritz! So, everybody, thank you for being here. I'll see you next week. Twillo, what's up? Thank you for being here. I'll see you next week. Alright? Alright, cool.